Chapter 292. Sure enough, Kangxi quickly said. I plan to choose a day to make Miss Ma a consort Hui and Miss Yang a consort Ping. However, Miss Ma's identity is a bit special and she and Miss Yang are both Han. This goes against the ancestral rule of not marrying between Manchu and Han. I'm afraid there will be a lot of opposition in the court. Help me think about it and see how to deal with it. Song Qingshu's heart sank. He couldn't help but look at Xia Qingqing. She had her head lowered and looked shy. Song Qingshu knew that this was just her disguise. Her revenge plan was finally going to succeed. If Xia Qingqing submitted to Kangxi, even if she could get close to him, with her second- or third-rate martial arts, it would be impossible to assassinate Kangxi. But becoming Kangxi's concubine was different. The masters who secretly protected Kangxi would not stand aside and watch when Kangxi was having sex with his concubine. The time alone with Kangxi when he was in bed was Xia Qingqing's only chance for revenge. In a flash, Song Qingshu understood everything. On one hand, he admired Xia Qingqing's unswerving loyalty to avenge her dead husband. On the other hand, he was angry that she did not consider their friendship at all. Subject Song, have you thought of a good plan? Seeing Song Qingshu's expression change, Kangxi asked in confusion. This is not difficult. Song Qingshu took a deep breath and slowly said, Horkan third-rank Gongji, Ayushi's daughter. She was chosen to enter the palace at a young age. Before she was conferred a title, she died a few days ago. Not many people know of this. You can have Miss Ma recognize Ayushi as her father and replace his daughter. Ayushi will not refuse another imperial concubine daughter. You? Miss Yang is the same. She is the daughter of Duke Qinzhen Gabra, the head of the Imperial Guards. She also entered the palace at a young age. Unfortunately, she also died some time ago. Duke Qinzhen is the Emperor's confidant. It should not be difficult for him to recognize Miss Yang as his daughter. Hearing Song Qingshu almost call her Yu, Xia Qingqing's eyelashes trembled. She sighed silently in her heart. I am not fated with you in this life. Even if I have to be your servant in my next life, I am willing. Kangxi was overjoyed. I did not misjudge you when I put Subject Song in charge. I didn't expect that you would be able to figure out the big and small matters of the imperial city so quickly. In the future, I will have to trouble you with the intelligence work of the world. Yes. Song Qingshu lowered his head, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. Official Song must be tired from the journey. Go and rest first. Kangxi looked at him with a smile. After returning to the room, Su Quan sighed and said, I was having a headache about how to deal with Hongli. I didn't expect the problem to be solved like this, but why can't I be happy? Song Qingshu was standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. He said indifferently, previously, Kangxi, Hongli and Wu Sangue, 3 legs of a tripod. Naturally, the Divine Dragon Island was able to benefit from both sides, living a free and unfettered life. Now that the balance of power has been broken, Wu Sangue is being attacked from both front and back. Not only does he have to face the Khitan war deity Xiaofeng, he also has to face Kangxi, who is eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. It's only a matter of time before he succumbs. Similarly, Shenlong Jiao has no choice but to submit to the imperial court. What's your plan? Su Quan came to Song Qingshu's side and asked softly. In her heart, she understood very well that the Divine Dragon sex situation was not the same as Song Qingshu's current situation. I was thinking about what Ouyang Feng said to me on the island. Now it seems that I have indeed fallen into Kangxi's trap from the beginning. The gap in strength between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. Song Qingshu sneered. Song Lang, you don't need to worry too much. If you are unhappy under Kangxi's hands with our martial arts, it's not impossible to laugh arrogantly in Jianghu. Su Quan hugged his waist from behind, her pretty face tightly pressed against his back. You and I are not that kind of person. Song Qingshu sighed softly. Right, What is going on between you and that Miss Yang? Su Quan smiled slyly and raised her head to look at him. What do you mean, what is going on? Song Qingshu pretended not to understand. Humph, it's not like I'm jealous. Lang Jun, why do you need to hide it from me? Su Quan gave a dissatisfied snort. Anyone with eyes can see that you two have an affair. You have guts, even the future imperial concubine is your lover. It's not as bad as you say. There is nothing between me and her. There is nothing. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Su Quan widened her eyes and looked at him for a while. Seeing that his expression didn't look like he was lying, she suddenly understood. I understand. You have feelings for me, but unfortunately, you have never succeeded. As she spoke, Su Quan suddenly became depressed. If I knew that Hongli was already dead, why would I hastily give my body to you? You men are not good things. What you can't get is always the best. What are you talking about? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have something to do right now. I'll go out first. You rest well. Finishing, he didn't wait for Su Quan to reply and quickly disappeared outside the door. Su Quan stomped her feet in anger. And you still say there is no affair? Look at how distracted you are. In a secluded corner of the prince's mansion, Song Qingshu looked at a certain person in the shadows and smiled bitterly. So you came too. Patriarch Sunflower laughed dryly. His voice sounded like broken bellows. Looks like you didn't want me to come. Song Qingshu looked Patriarch Sunflower up and down, subconsciously looking for a weakness. After a long time, he suddenly said, Do you think I can beat you now? You can try. Patriarch Sunflower hid his hands in his sleeves and said with a faint smile. A hint of eagerness flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. But after a moment's hesitation, he finally shook his head. Forget it. I've always respected the old and cherished the young. Patriarch Sunflower laughed cruelly. If I'm not mistaken, kid, you have Huang Chang's 9 manual and Fan Dan's 18 subduing dragon palms. The sword intent that you occasionally reveal has the shadow of Dugu seeking a loss. And recently, you seem to have learned the mandala of Tantric Buddhism. No wonder you wanted to fight just now. Miscellaneous but not refined, knowledgeable but not pure. In front of an expert like you, it's only natural that I make a fool of myself. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Kid, you don't need to belittle yourself. The last time I saw you in the Forbidden City, you did have this problem. Patriarch Sunflower frowned, a puzzled look on his face. But I didn't expect that after your trip to Divine Dragon Island, you would undergo a complete transformation. It's really strange. What could there be in Divine Dragon Island that could help you advance a realm? Song Qingshu knew that it was Ouyang Feng's words that had suddenly enlightened him. He had swept away all his previous scheming and overcautious ways of doing things. He even felt as if he was a new man, with a deeper understanding of the essence of martial arts. Naturally, his realm was different from before. If I remember correctly, Patriarch, you once said that you stayed by Kangxi's side to borrow the so-called aura of the true dragon to cultivate? Song Qingshu looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. Patriarch Sunflower smiled and nodded. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm old, and I don't want to die. So I have to use him to prolong my life. Song Qingshu asked tentatively, Patriarch, you've already reached the Fate Deva realm, and have the help of the aura of the true dragon. Perhaps you'll be able to shatter the void one day. Shatter the void. Patriarch Sunflower's face was filled with fascination, but then his expression darkened. That's just a legend. Besides, although Kangxi's aura of the true dragon is strong, it's limited. It's good enough that I'm still alive. What if there's a place where the aura of the true dragon is 10 times stronger than Kangxi's? Song Qingshu's expression became very strange. What? Patriarch Sunflower's cloudy eyes shone with a shocking light. Where? Song Qingshu smiled and said nothing. He just looked at him quietly. Patriarch Sunflower stared blankly for a moment, but quickly recovered. I'm old, and I've forgotten the rules of the world. Tell me, what do you need me for? I don't need you to do anything, Patriarch. I just hope that you'll go as soon as you hear about the place. Song Qingshu's expression was very respectful. Patriarch Sunflower stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly looked off into the distance. So, you're finally going to make a move against him? Song Qingshu looked in the same direction and said coolly, You can tell, Patriarch. From the moment I saw you, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. Patriarch Sunflower smiled. Don't tell me it's because of that woman today? Song Qingshu shook his head. Not long ago, I heard a certain someone's words. It was as if I was enlightened. The longer things dragged on, the lower my chances of success would be. Furthermore, now that he's left the Forbidden City, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for that woman, although I care a lot about her, I still have to do it. You've told me everything, Patriarch Sunflower said with a chuckle. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn around and tell him about it? It's just as I said, Patriarch Sunflower said, you're not loyal to any emperor. You just care about the aura of the true dragon. Whether the emperor's surname is Zhu or Aizenjoro, it has nothing to do with you. Because of this, I believe you won't refuse my offer. Song Qingshu said confidently. Oh, tell me about it. Let's see if your offer can satisfy my appetite. Patriarch Sunflower looked at him with a burning gaze. Patriarch, do you know about the 42-chapter sutra? Song Qingshu asked. Patriarch Sunflower's expression changed slightly. Legend has it that when the Manchurian Qing invaded the Central Plains, they buried all the treasures they plundered in the land of the true dragon vein. The treasure map is hidden in the 8 copies of the 42-chapter sutra. Patriarch, you've lived in the Forbidden City for a long time. Even such a secret can't be hidden from you, Song Qingshu said with a sigh of admiration. For a period of time, you were in secluded cultivation. By the time I found out about this, it was already too late. I only had enough time to find the one in the Imperial Study. The whereabouts of the other 7 copies of the 42-chapter sutra were mostly unknown. In order to track the whereabouts of the remaining copies, I replaced the sheepskin hidden in the Imperial Study with a beam and a pillar before putting it back. Who knew that not long after that, even that copy disappeared? Speaking of this, Patriarch Sunflower felt extremely unhappy. Song Qingshu was taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a secret. Patriarch, you replaced the sheepskin? The sheepskin is hidden in the cover of the sutra. It's not like it's a secret place. I've roamed the Jianghu for many years. There's nothing I haven't seen. Patriarch Sunflower looked quite pleased with himself as he stared at Song Qingshu. What, you want to say that the other 7 copies are with you? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. I thought I had all 8 copies, but I didn't expect you to be so ahead of me. Even if I had this treasure map, I wouldn't be able to find any treasures or dragon veins. Patriarch Sunflower was overjoyed. You really have the other 7 copies? Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Since you still have a portion, you'll know that I'm not lying when you compare the two. Patriarch Sunflower looked very excited. Of course you wouldn't lie to me if you wanted to do something like this. I didn't think I'd have the chance to touch the heavenly Tao in my lifetime. Give me the sheepskin of the other 7 copies, and I'll immediately go to the dragon veins of the Manchurian Qing. I won't interfere in your affairs. According to history, the Manchurian Qing dynasty had 268 years of luck. The dragon veins contained true dragon qi, which naturally far exceeded that of an emperor. No wonder Patriarch Sunflower didn't hesitate to abandon Kangxi. Chapter 293. All right. Without hesitation, Song Qingshu handed the map to Patriarch Sunflower. Patriarch Sunflower's hands trembled as he held the map. He had long since memorized the clear yellow flag's map by heart, and with a quick glance, he knew that it was the real deal. Carefully putting it away, he looked at Song Qinshu and said, "Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Do you want me to help you out?" Song Qinshu could tell how agitated Patriarch Sunflower was when he saw his wrinkled face twitching uncontrollably. If Song Qinshu asked, he would definitely be willing to help Kangxi. But Song Qinshu shook his head and refused. "This is between me and him. I want to settle things with him alone." Patriarch Sunflower was stunned. He didn't expect Song Qinshu to be so ungrateful. But it was just a casual remark. His mind was now focused on the Manchurian Qing's dragon vein. So, he said, "All right, I'll take my leave then." With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. Compared to Patriarch Sunflower, my lightness skill is still lacking. Song Qinshu was stunned, and couldn't help but sigh. Night fell. Kangxi was alone in his room dealing with memorials to the throne. At the same time, he was thinking, now that Shenjing is completely under my control, the families of the generals are also in my hands. Moreover, Hongli is dead, and I've sent people to watch over his sons. Everything is a foregone conclusion. After receiving my imperial edict, if nothing unexpected happens, those generals will probably submit. But I can't be careless. I have to guard against Hong Li's trusted subordinates. Kangxi felt irritated as he thought about it. He tossed his brush aside, too lazy to read through the memorials. Suddenly, he thought of Ma Chunhua and his heart skipped a beat. That innocent girl had now grown into a charming young woman. Especially when he thought of her special status, Kangxi felt a certain part of his body heat up. "Little Deng, summon Miss Ma." But there was no response from outside. Kangxi was furious. This bastard slave. Isn't he afraid of losing his head? Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the figure in the shadow of the pillar. "Your Majesty, there's no need to shout. Little Deng can't hear you." Song Qinshu walked out step by step. Kangxi's heart sank, but a warm smile appeared on his face. "Dear Minister Song, why are you looking for me so late at night?" Song Qinshu was silent for a long time. In the end, he chuckled lightly. "Why does your Majesty need to pretend to be ignorant?" Kangxi's expression suddenly became very gloomy. "Do you know that saying such words to Zhen is already a crime of disrespect?" "I know." Song Qinshu looked at him calmly. Kangxi felt a gush of cold air creeping up his back. In a deep voice he said, "Song Qinshu, if you withdraw now, Zhen will consider your meritorious service in the past. I will let bygones be bygones." Hearing Kangxi's words, Song Qinshu smiled. "We've already come to this point. Do you think I'll retreat?" Kangxi had just eliminated Hong Li. His self-confidence had reached an unprecedented peak. A gush of anger welled up in his heart. Waving his hand, he said in a cold voice, "Kill him." Following Kangxi's order, 4 men in black slowly walked out from the darkness, faintly surrounding Song Qinshu in the middle. "Dear Minister Song, do you really think Zhen doesn't have any kung fu experts under my command?" Kangxi snorted coldly. "The Great Qing has vast territory and abundant resources. Using the Imperial Court's power, we have collected all kinds of peerless martial art manuals. These people have received the strictest training since childhood, practicing the best martial art. Any one of them in Jianghu is not inferior to any Shaolin or Wudong sect leader." Feeling the murderous aura coming from these men, Song Qinshu frowned. As soon as he heard Kangxi's words, he mercilessly mocked. "I don't dare to say anything about Shaolin sect leader, but Wudong sect leader, Zhang Jinren, let them use only one hand, he won't feel any pressure at all." Upon hearing this, the men in black became furious. Their leader signaled them to calm down and ridiculed, "We don't dare to say anything about Zhang Jinren. As for your distinguished self, in our brother's eyes, you are nothing more than a chicken or a stray dog. Wasn't that so-called #1 expert of Xinjiang, True Jade, killed by me in one move?" In his early years, True Jade had fought Golden Snake King Yuan Qingji to a draw. After relying on Hong Li, he swept through Shringjing and was invincible. For a time, he was in the limelight, but in the end, he was easily defeated by Song Qingshu several times. This made the people of the world increasingly feel that Song Qingshu was unfathomable. However, these men in black had easily killed True Jade, so they naturally didn't think that Song Qingshu was anything special. Oh! Song Qingshu was startled. True Jade could be considered a top-notch expert in Jianghu. Moreover, his Qinggong was outstanding, yet he had died in their hands. It was truly inconceivable. True Jade died just like that? Seeing a trace of arrogance on the other side's face, Song Qingshu's expression became dignified. Perhaps these people would be somewhat troublesome. Tell me your name. Song Mao has never killed a nameless person. Song Qingshu was no longer the same as before, so he quickly calmed down and lightly said, "When you see the King of Hell, remember to tell him that the one who killed you is Wei Mo." Just as his voice fell, the leader of the group disappeared. With a flash of blade light, Wei Mo had already returned to his original position. A drop of bright and glistening blood hung on the tip of the blade. "Your blade is very fast." Song Qingshu looked at the wound on his shoulder and said with a tone of praise. Although he had clearly gained the upper hand in the first move, Wei Mo's face didn't show any joy. He bitterly smiled and said, "Your Qinggong is even faster. What is this move called?" Song Qingshu curiously asked. "Meteor Fall," Wei Mo said in a deep voice. Although he wasn't famous, he was a rare martial arts prodigy. After mastering all kinds of martial arts, he created a move called Meteor Fall. From then on, he only needed one move to kill anyone. Even someone as strong as True Jade was no exception. Unfortunately, in the end, Song Qingshu still managed to dodge it. As expected, it's as fast as a meteor. As he spoke, Song Qingshu already had the wooden sword in his hand. "Then, please have a taste of my move." Wei Mo didn't dare to be careless anymore. He hurriedly called for the others to attack together. Song Qingshu casually raised his sword and swung it behind him. The despairing eyes of the other three black-clothed men reflected the sword images that filled the sky. Even after using all their skills, they still couldn't stop the sword chi from penetrating their bodies. Seeing this, Wei Mo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a roar, he used 120% of his power. Under the combination of grief and anger, this move had already surpassed his previous limit. Seeing that Song Qingshu's wooden sword was still behind him, Wei Mo was confident that Song Qingshu could no longer dodge it. Suddenly, Wei Mo's expression changed. He saw that the wooden sword in Song Qingshu's hand was like an antelope hanging its horn. It very naturally turned to the front. His opponent's every move was clearly seen, yet his slow and leisurely move was able to arrive first even though it was launched later. Looking down at the wooden sword in his chest, Wei Mo unwillingly asked, "What's the name of this move? I just realized it recently. I haven't had the time to name it." Seeing Wei Mo's face full of regret, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to see it. Suddenly, he thought of a certain manga from his previous life and quickly said, "Oh, let's call it Sword 23. Sword 23? Good swordsmanship, good swordsmanship." The light in Wei Mo's eyes finally dimmed. Seeing four top-notch experts die so easily at the hands of Song Qingshu, Kangxi quickly ran into the inner hall, shouting as he ran, "Patriarch, save me! Patriarch, save me!" His voice stopped abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qingshu was already standing in front of him, the wooden sword in his hand pointed at his throat. "Are you hoping for Patriarch Sunflower to save you?" A hint of regret appeared on Song Qingshu's face. "He's long since left for Changbai Mountain in search of your Qin dynasty's dragon vein." 42 Chapter Sutra? Kangxi quickly realized the crux of the matter. "So you really did kill Wei Xiaobao?" "I didn't kill Xiaobao. He really did die at the hands of Princess Janning." Song Qingshu sighed. "What's the difference between Janning killing him and you killing him?" Kangxi sneered. That blockhead Janning didn't even know that he was being used before he died. It seems that your majesty has long suspected this, Song Qingshu said, putting away his wooden sword and sighing. Kangxi was, after all, a fierce and ambitious man of his generation. After his initial panic, he quickly calmed down. Even though he knew that he was going to die for sure, he didn't want to show the slightest bit of embarrassment. That's right. As soon as I heard about what happened in Shanghai Pass, I knew that there was something fishy about it. After that, I asked the others in the mission about what happened that day. After countless deductions about the mastermind, I came to the conclusion that you were the only possibility. Why didn't your majesty punish me then? Song Qingshu was very impressed with Kangxi's calmness. After all, you're a rare talent. I thought I could see through you. I wanted to make full use of you, then get rid of you to avenge Wei Xiaobao. Who knew that would be the biggest mistake I've made in my life? Kangxi seemed very upset. There's no need to regret it, your majesty. You've actually succeeded. If I hadn't heard someone's words, I wouldn't have realized that you've already seen through all my plans. Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. Indeed, when I first saw you, I knew that you weren't willing to be under someone else's command. Sooner or later, you'll rebel against me. Kangxi smiled bitterly. But the winner takes all. There's no point in saying more. Compared to this, I'm more curious. If you kill me now, other than a pitiful reputation, what benefits do you get? Song Qingshu was silent for a while. He took out a mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and put it on his face. He didn't say anything and just looked at Kangxi quietly. Good. Your Majesty's plan is profound and your preparation is thorough. It's not an injustice for me to lose. Looking at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his, endless coldness emerged from the depths of Kangxi's bones. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Now that things had come to this, he was completely in despair. This is the disguise technique that a little servant girl from Gusu's Murong family taught me. I've always believed that it's much more useful than the 9-yin and 9-yang technique. Thinking of the time when icy snow brought him to Swallow Dock to seek medical treatment, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. Song Qingshu, I only have one request before I die. Kangxi's face was pale. He used all his strength to make his voice not tremble so much. As long as it's not too much, I can promise you anything. Looking at the man in front of him, who seemed like an enemy yet a friend, Song Qingshu said sincerely. Be a good emperor for me. Kangxi finally calmed down. Song Qingshu was stunned. He never expected that Kangxi's last words would be this. When he was about to ask, he saw Kangxi pick up a knife from the ground. With a rather insolent expression, he said, I'm the son of heaven. Other than the heavens, only I can take my life. After saying that, he raised the knife and committed suicide. Chapter 294. Looking at Kangxi's dejected figure falling down, Song Qingshu unexpectedly felt a trace of sadness. After all, they had known each other for so long, more or less they appreciated each other's characteristics. Unfortunately, the two of them were destined not to be friends. From his bosom he took out another prepared mask and carefully pasted it on Kangxi's face, and then quickly exchanged their clothes. Finally, after confirming that there were no flaws, Song Qingshu loudly called for people to come in. When Doran rushed in with the Imperial Guards, he saw the corpses all over the ground, and then saw Kangxi weakly lying on the bed. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. This official came late to rescue your majesty. I deserve 10,000 deaths the most. Looking at his former colleague respectfully kneeling on the ground, Song Qingshu suddenly had a kind of absurd feeling. He indifferently said, Song Qingshu harbored evil intentions, he wanted to assassinate Zhen. Fortunately, there were several loyal subordinates who risked their lives to protect Zhen. Coupled with the help of an expert, he was killed on the spot. Humph, Zhen valued him so much in vain. It turned out that he relied on the imperial court in order to assassinate Zhen one day. Pass Zhen's decree. Drag Song Qingshu's body to the courtyard and burn it, then grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and announce it to the world to dispel the hatred in Zhen's heart. Glancing at Song Qingshu lying in a pool of blood, Doran's expression was extremely strange. In his heart he endlessly cursed. With Song Qingshu's martial arts skill, if he really wanted to kill you, could these few people stop him? Recalling that Oboy also died in such an unclear way, Doran did not dare to ask too much, but he inevitably felt the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. Yes. Doran promptly waved his hand, letting the imperial guards drag Song Qingshu's body away. Looking at the long bloodstains on the ground, Doran's face trembled. Song Qingshu came back together with that divine dragon cult woman. I wonder how your majesty will deal with her? Su Quan? Song Qingshu fell into silence. He had hidden all this from everyone. If it was leaked, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Although Su Quan had skin contact with him, Song Qingshu still couldn't figure out this woman's mind. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell her the truth. However, he couldn't just ignore it, or else his subordinates might go and eliminate the root of the problem. Divine Dragon Island is still very important to the Imperial Court. Go and appease Cult Master Su personally. Song Qingshu's assassination was an individual act, and it has nothing to do with her. I am tired. You may withdraw first. Yes, this servant will increase the number of guards outside. Your Majesty can rest assured. Doran slowly retreated. The moment he closed the door, he couldn't help but look inside. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong inside, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and blamed himself for being too shocked by what had happened today. Very soon, everyone in Prince Bao's manor knew what had happened. Su Quan felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. She could only see Doran's mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. There was only one thought in her mind. He's dead, he's dead. He has such high martial arts, how could he die? Song. Where is Song Qingshu's corpse? I want to take a look. Su Quan's teeth were about to shatter as she stared at Doran in a daze. Doran revealed a troubled expression. His Majesty has decreed that Song Qingshu's bones are to be ground into ashes. No one is allowed to see him. Ground into ashes? Su Quan felt the blood in her entire body freeze. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the ground. Doran immediately called the servant girls to help Su Quan up. Looking at her dazed expression, he let out a long sigh. Cult Master Su, I can see that your relationship with Lord Song is not ordinary. It's just that Lord Song has committed a heinous crime this time. It's better for Cult Master Su to leave as soon as possible. Recalling the days he spent with Song Qingshu in the past, Doran could not bear it anymore. He hinted Su Quan to return to Divine Dragon Island as soon as possible to prevent Kangxi from changing his mind. As for whether Su Quan could comprehend it or listen to his suggestion, it was none of his business. In another side courtyard in the Prince Bao's manor, Xia Qingqing vomited a mouthful of blood. Her gaze was unfocused as she muttered to herself, I know you must have assassinated Kangxi because of me. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Brother Song, I've harmed you. Xia Qingqing laid on the bed and cried. Not long after, she suddenly sat up. Her face was deathly pale. She slowly pulled out her sword and smiled mournfully. Then, she resolutely swiped it across her neck. Poof! Xia Qingqing's palm went numb. She could no longer hold the sword in her hand. She raised her head in shock and looked outside the window. Who is it? When she ran out, she couldn't see anyone. She had no choice but to return to her room full of doubt. After this interruption, Xia Qingqing finally regained her senses. She tightly pursed her lips and made up her mind. No, I can't die like this. Brother Song, walk slowly on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't drink Grandma Meng's soup yet. After I kill Kangxi, I'll immediately come and accompany you. Song Qinshu, who was hiding in the courtyard, couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. Fortunately, he had secretly come to take a look. Otherwise, wouldn't he have regretted it for the rest of his life? However, seeing Xia Qingqing commit suicide for him was something Song Qinshu hadn't expected. When he thought about how her first reaction after Yuan Qingji's death was to take revenge, he was astonished but also secretly delighted. In the next few days, in order to avoid being seen through by the people around him, Song Qinshu used the excuse of recuperating as an excuse to live in seclusion and learn how to read memorials. Who knew that after reading a few, Song Qinshu would become dizzy from the cryptic ancient text and angrily throw the memorials out. "What is your Majesty worried about?" A sweet-sounding female voice rang out. Song Qinshu raised his head and saw Ma Chunhua bending down to pick up the memorials. He couldn't help but be startled. "Who let you in?" "I specially stewed a bowl of osmanthus lotus seed soup for your Majesty." Seeing Kangxi look at her with a cold expression, Ma Chunhua's heart chilled. She finally understood that the other had never cared about her. With a face full of loneliness, she said, "Since your Majesty doesn't like it, I'll take my leave first." Finished speaking, she held back her tears and left. Seeing Ma Chunhua's disheartened appearance as she left, Song Qinshu sighed. Ma Chunhua was someone who was extremely close to Kangxi. If they were together day and night, it was inevitable that she wouldn't see through him. Originally, he could have silenced her and put an end to it, but in the end, Song Qinshu wasn't such a cruel and cold-blooded person. He could only drive Ma Chunhua far away. "Dolong!" Song Qinshu called out in a low voice. "Your servant is here." Dolong ran in a panic and knelt on the ground. "Are you the one who let Miss Ma in?" Song Qinshu asked coldly. "Your servant deserves to die. Your servant thought your Majesty was in a bad mood recently." Perhaps Miss Ma. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Qinshu. "In the future, no one is allowed to come in without my permission." Yes. Dolong regretted it too late. As someone close to Kangxi, he more or less knew about the ambiguous relationship between Ma Chunhua and Kangxi. Moreover, he knew that after returning to the capital, Kangxi would confer Ma Chunhua the title of concubine Hui. This time, he made the decision to let her in on his own accord to do this future imperial concubine a favor. He didn't expect that his flattery would backfire. Have the generals that Prince Bao sent to the Divine Dragon Island returned? Song Qinshu asked. "Reporting to your Majesty, Li Shiyao, Helancha, and Zhao Hui heard that Hongli was dead. In addition, their families are in Xinjiang." After receiving the letter of surrender, although they were a little hesitant, they all surrendered in the end. Now, they are waiting in Xinjiang for your Majesty's punishment. What about Agui and Fu Heng? Song Qinshu had wanted to replace Kangxi since a long time ago. He had investigated this information clearly. Hongli had 5 generals who held military power. Li Shiyao and the others were sent to Divine Dragon Island. Agui and Fu Heng had higher positions. They stayed at the northern border and were constantly on guard against the Mongolians' movements. Master Sua has gone to summon them. With Master Sua's ability, there shouldn't be a problem, Dolong answered. Thinking of the exquisite Songgotu, Song Qinshu smiled knowingly. He was the most suitable person to do this kind of thing. How's the progress with Prince Kang's letter? After a few days, Song Qinshu had slowly figured out Kangxi's arrangements. With Prince Kang's unremitting efforts, we have completely taken control of Xinjiang. Most of Hongli's remaining forces have been purged. Occasionally, there are a few who slipped through the net, but they can no longer cause any trouble. Dolong had cooperated with Prince Kang many times during this period of time. Naturally, he knew everything. Hongli has managed Xinjiang for several decades. How can his forces be uprooted so easily? Zhen cannot stay in Xinjiang forever. How about this? Let Prince Kong stay in Xinjiang to intimidate the thieves and rascals. When Songgoda comes back, he will be in charge of Xinjiang's government affairs. Song Qingshu had just usurped Kangxi's position. Naturally, he did not want the Manchurian Qing to immediately fall into disunity. At the same time, he was worried that Kangxi's people who were familiar with him would see through him. Thereupon, he deliberately transferred Kangxi's trusted aides, such as Prince Kong and Songgoda, away from his side. As for Dolong, as the chief of the imperial bodyguards, it would be too abrupt for him to be transferred away all of a sudden. Therefore, he had no choice but to take it slow. After meeting and appeasing Li Shuyao and the other veteran generals, Song Qingshu could finally put his mind at ease. However, as the situation in Xinjiang gradually stabilized, the day of Song Qingshu's return to the capital was also getting closer and closer. Compared to Xinjiang, there were more people in the capital who were familiar with Kangxi, so it would be easier for him to see through him. However, the ministers under his command kept on sending memorials to urge him to return. Song Qingshu knew that delaying things like this was not a solution. Without any better option, he left Prince Kong and Songgoda behind to organize the situation in the north, while he himself took Dolong and the others to return to the capital. Naturally, Ma Chunhua and Xia Qingqing were also among the troops returning to the capital. As for Su Quan, she found an excuse to return to Divine Dragon Island. Song Qingshu also pushed the boat along with the current, hinting Dolong to let her go. Naturally, Xia Qingqing would be brought along, but it was a pity that Kangxi had previously announced that he was going to bestow her the title of imperial concubine Hui. As the saying goes, a monarch must not go back on his word, so Song Qingshu could not change his mind. During this period of time, the news that Song Qingshu failed to assassinate Kangxi, and that his bones were ground and scattered into ashes, spread throughout the Yangtze River, north and south. On Mount Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng looked at Song Yuanqiao and said with a sigh, "This child Qingshu, at first I thought that he had stepped onto the wrong path, plus his martial arts skill is getting higher and higher. Even Shifu had thought of leaving the mountain to clean up the sect. Who would have thought that his ambition was lofty and pure, that he did not hesitate to sink his body into the mud? Although in the end he failed, he is still worthy to be called a hero. Shifu has really misjudged him." On Mount Amei, Zhou Zhirua shut herself in her room. The white python whip technique poured out in torrents, smashing everything in the room to pieces. Yunan's 5 poison cult, Zhong Ling and Chu Fian were crying their eyes out. Dongfang Mushua stood with her hands behind her back, looking in the direction of Yanjing. Her countenance was as cold as ice. Chapter 295. After returning to the Forbidden City, Song Qingshu found a deep sense of powerlessness. Because this action was too hasty, his own team had not yet been established. Although Song Qingshu wanted to place confidants in various key departments, he was surprised to find that there was no one who could be called a confidant. Previously, Song Qingshu planned to slowly develop the stick into his own private force. As the stick grew stronger, his team would naturally become more and more abundant. Of course, Song Qingshu did not regret this attack. He knew that according to the established plan, all his actions were actually under Kangxi's control. There was no such thing as the best of both worlds in the world. There were gains and losses, not to mention that the gains this time could be described as amazing. Sitting in the imperial study, he felt that the whole empire was under his control. That inexplicable excitement made it difficult for Song Qingshu to calm down. "Your Majesty, you should go to see the Empress Dowager." A little eunuch hesitated for a long time and finally came forward to remind him. This little eunuch was called Xiao Lizi. When Yu Dao and Wen Yufang, who used to be in the imperial study, were transferred to other places by Song Qingshu in the form of promotion. After all, Wen Yu Dao and Wen Yufang had served Kangxi for a long time. If they continued to stay by his side, it would be difficult for Song Qingshu not to reveal any flaws. The Empress Dowager? Song Qinshu subconsciously resisted going to see her. After all, he was not the real Kangxi. Unfortunately, this was the etiquette of the palace. After returning from Xingjing, he should go to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. Thinking that he had to go to the Palace of Benevolence and Peace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager every day, Song Qinshu felt a headache. He waved his hand casually. "Let's go. Let's go." With the sharp and thin voice of Xiao Lizi, a group of people soon surrounded Song Qinshu and walked to the Palace of Benevolence and Peace. Looking at the eunuchs and palace maids in front and behind, Song Qinshu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did it in Xingjing. If he was in the Forbidden City, it would be troublesome to deal with these eunuchs and palace maids. Soon, Song Qinshu had a headache again. No matter where he went in the future, there would be so many people following him. It would be inconvenient for him to move. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a sweet female voice. "This concubine greets your majesty." Song Qinshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that a group of palace maids were escorting a beautiful woman in palace attire to greet him. The beautiful woman in palace attire had snow-white skin and a beautiful face. It was Empress Xiao Tong, whom he had met once before. "Your Majesty," seeing that Song Qinshu was staring blankly at her, Xiao Tong felt a sweetness in her heart. A trace of redness appeared on her face, and her flower-like complexion appeared exceptionally beautiful. "Oh!" Song Qinshu finally reacted and hurriedly gestured for her to rise. He remembered that he had to respectfully greet her before, but now he suddenly became her husband. For a moment, he couldn't help but have a ridiculous illusion. "Is your Majesty going to pay respects to the Empress Dowager?" Looking at her husband, whom she had not seen for a long time, Empress Xiao Tong's heart leaped with joy. She had just gotten married not long ago, and the two of them were still stuck to each other. Naturally, her words were filled with affection. Song Qinshu instinctively nodded. He was worried that he was too cold and would make others feel strange, so he hurriedly asked, "Are you also going to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful?" This concubine has already paid respects to the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao Tong's face suddenly had a trace of shyness. This concubine is just taking a stroll in the palace to relax. Seeing Empress Xiao Tong's appearance, Song Qinshu quickly realized that the other guest that Kangxi was about to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, so she could wander on the path to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful and deliberately wait for him. "I Zhen will first go to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Continue walking." Facing Kangxi's imperial concubine, Song Qinshu felt uncomfortable. He casually replied and prepared to leave. However, when he saw the sadness in Xiao Tong's eyes, he couldn't bear it and added, "It's cold outside. Don't walk for too long." Seeing Song Qinshu's figure disappear into the distance, Empress Xiao Tong's beautiful eyes lit up. The palace maids at the side also took the opportunity to chatter and discuss. His Majesty really loves her ladyship. Song Qinshu naturally did not know everything behind him. Right now, all his attention was focused on how to deal with the Empress Dowager. Standing in front of the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, Song Qinshu silently criticized. In almost all the movies and television works, the Empress Dowager is the most evil old woman. I didn't expect that I would have to face such a terrifying character. This son pays respects to the Empress Dowager. Although extremely unwilling, Song Qinshu still had to respectfully salute the Empress Dowager. "Emperor, rise." The Empress Dowager raised her left hand and walked down from the couch with the help of the palace maids. She looked at Song Qinshu with a gratified expression. "The late emperor did not misjudge you. In just a few short years, you have captured the powerful minister Oboy, pacified the Golden Snake camp in Shandong, and now you have subdued the forces in Qing capital. With such a holy master, it is truly my great Qing's blessing." Hearing the Empress Dowager praise Kangxi, Song Qingshu could only keep quiet and respectfully stand to the side. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Very good. Seeing Song Qingshu's calm expression, the Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. Aijia was originally worried that the Emperor would be dizzy with victory after eliminating the great enemy Prince Bao. Looking at you now, Aijia is relieved. How does the Emperor plan to announce the cause of Hongli's death? The Empress Dowager motioned for the palace maids to leave first and then suddenly asked. To the outside world, we can only announce that he contracted an illness and died. Then we will announce it to the world and bury him with the grandest ceremony. Then we will let Hongli's son, Yongyan, inherit his throne and promote the Wang title to the hereditary Iron Hat King. Song Qingshu had studied this question for a long time and quickly answered. Good. No matter how much the outside world speculates, as long as they see you treat the descendants of Prince Bao so generously, I'm afraid that most people will not believe that you acted against Hongli. The Emperor is becoming more and more adept at handling state affairs, but the Empress Dowager suddenly fell silent. Song Qingshu was shocked and worried that he had exposed a flaw. He quickly asked respectfully, Empress Dowager, please enlighten me. It's just that the women's matter was handled in a mess. The Empress Dowager seemed to be angry that he did not live up to her expectations and snorted coldly. The 2 women you brought back from Xing capital, how do you plan to deal with them? I have already issued an edict in Xing capital. When we return to the capital, they will be conferred the titles of Consort Hui and Consort Ping. Thinking of Xia Qingqing, Song Qingshu thought that he had to visit her as soon as possible to prevent her from creating any more trouble. A broken flower, a woman of the pugilistic world, what virtue does she have to become the imperial consort of the great Qing? The Empress Dowager snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Looking at the Empress Dowager's gloomy face, this sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu felt like laughing, but he still had to explain. This time, it was all because of Miss Ma's enduring humiliation that we were able to get rid of Prince Bao without bloodshed. Thinking of how Ma Chunhua did not hesitate to sacrifice her chastity for Kangxi and got close to Hongli through Fu Kangon and finally succeeded, Song Qingshu could not help but admire her. I know that she has contributed greatly, but if this matter were to be leaked, how would the world view you, Emperor? The Empress Dowager sighed. As the saying goes, the merciful cannot command an army, much less an emperor. Song Qingshu was startled. Empress Dowager, you mean, if you can't bear to do it, I will send someone to handle it. The Empress Dowager's face was full of loose skin and no expression could be seen. Song Qingshu was silent for a while and finally shook his head. I know what I'm doing, I will handle it well. If it was handed over to the Empress Dowager to handle it, Ma Chunhua would either hang herself or fall into the lake and drown. In such a big forbidden city, a few more wronged souls would not cause a ripple at all. The Empress Dowager looked at him suspiciously, worried that he was being perfunctory. However, she thought that he was the Emperor after all and it was not good to force him too much. She could only nod. It's fine that Ma Chunhua has contributed greatly, but what about the other woman of the pugilistic world? What virtue does she have to enter the palace? Song Qingshu hurriedly explained Xia Qingqing's role in the whole matter to her. Finally, he added, because of the Golden Snake Camp, the imperial court's control over Shandong has always been very weak. The Red Coat Army under Yang Miaozhen's command is a force that cannot be underestimated in Shandong. If we can use the concubine method to take this force for our own use, it will be of great benefit to the imperial court. All right. The Empress Dowager nodded, obviously agreeing with what he said. However, she soon hesitated. She is a Han after all. According to the ancestral rules, Manchu and Han cannot marry. Song Qingshu hurriedly told her the countermeasures he had thought of before. Hearing that Gabra, the Duke of Qinzhen, should accept Yang Miaozhen as his adopted daughter, the Empress Dowager finally nodded in satisfaction. Coming out of the palace of compassionate peace, Song Qinshu finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought that it was not a good idea to come and pay his respects every day. Returning to the palace of heavenly purity, Song Qinshu ordered Xiao Lizi to move the memorials that had piled up in recent days and read them for the whole day. After this period of hard work, Song Qinshu slowly learned how to read memorials to the throne. However, he read memorials more for the sake of understanding the factions of power in the court and not for the sake of governing this enormous country. Looking at the thick stack of memorials in front of him, Song Qinshu thought hatefully, I have to find a few secretaries to share my burdens. Otherwise, being the emperor will tire me to death. Actually, with the existence of the Grand Council, memorials did not need to be handled by the emperor himself. However, Song Qinshu wanted to seize power as soon as possible, so he planned to bypass the Grand Council. Song Qinshu tossed the memorials onto the table and stretched. Only then did he realize that it was already late. He thought that he should go and see Xia Qingqing. However, just as he walked out the door, he was stopped by an old eunuch. "May I ask where your majesty is going?" The old eunuch bowed respectfully. "We are going to consort Ping's place." Song Qinshu frowned. When he was a palace guard, he did recognize this old eunuch. His name was Liang Jiugong, the head eunuch of the imperial palace. "Could it be that your majesty has forgotten the ancestors' rules? In order to be fair and to prevent your majesty from favoring only one person, you cannot decide which consort to spend the night with." Looking at Song Qinshu's gloomy face, Liang Jiugong secretly broke out in a cold sweat. However, the Empress Dowager had ordered him to be careful, so he could only brace himself and explain while calling for a young eunuch to bring up a plate. Looking at the neatly arranged wooden signs on the plate, Song Qinshu was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't watched period dramas in his previous life, so he naturally knew what this meant. Each sign had the name of a consort written on it. Whichever sign was turned over, that consort would sleep with that consort that night. Although Song Qinshu's disguise was flawless and could fool the eunuchs and ministers, how could he fool the person who slept with Kangxi? "We are not going anywhere tonight." With a cold snort, Song Qinshu turned around and left. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has decreed that your Majesty has been away from the capital for a long time. When you return, you should properly accompany the consorts in the inner palace." Liang Jiugong had a bitter expression as he stopped Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu steeled his heart. He knew that hiding like this wasn't a solution. It would inevitably arouse the suspicion of others. Thus, he braced himself and randomly turned over a sign, praying that it would be an unfavored consort. That way, the possibility of him being seen through would be greatly reduced. When he saw the words on the sign, Song Qinshu couldn't help but groan inwardly. Why is it Empress Tong? Chapter 296. Empress Xiaotong was one of Kangxi's most beloved concubines, so she was far more familiar with Kangxi than Dolong and the others. Even if his appearance and speech were flawless, once they had intimate contact, how could Empress Xiaotong not be able to distinguish his man's characteristics? But now that things had come to this, Song Qinshu could not find a reason to avoid it. He thought to himself that he had to keep his distance from her later, otherwise, his long-term plan would fail at the last moment. "The Emperor has arrived." Hearing the eunuch's voice from afar, Empress Xiaotong stood up with a face full of joy. As she tidied her hair in front of the bronze mirror, she asked a palace maid, "How is it? Am I beautiful today?" "Of course you are. Your Highness, you are the most beautiful of all the concubines in the harem." Hearing the palace maid's words, Empress Xiaotong's eyes curved like crescent moons. She happily knelt on the ground and welcomed Song Qinshu. "Your Majesty, good luck." Seeing Empress Xiaotong raise her head to look at him, Her pretty face looked especially beautiful under the candlelight. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Song Qingshu motioned for the eunuch to place the memorials on the couch and then said to Empress Xiaotong, "We need to review the memorials today. You can rest first." A trace of disappointment flashed through Empress Xiaotong's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her attitude. As she called for the eunuch and palace maid to prepare some refreshments, she bowed and said, "Then this concubine will go make some calming soup for your majesty. No need to trouble yourself, we are not hungry." Song Qingshu was not used to Empress Xiaotong being so intimate and subconsciously distanced himself. "Your majesty is busy in the day and has to review memorials at night. It is very tiring, so you should drink some soup to protect your body. Your majesty, please review the memorials first. This concubine will be back soon." Empress Xiaotong did not mind and left after bowing to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu gloomily looked at Empress Xiaotong's departing figure. Now that his internal strength had reached the celestial transformation realm, he did not need to drink any tonic. Furthermore, he was not used to Empress Xiaotong acting like a good wife and loving mother. Although he hated reading memorials, it seemed to be easier than facing little Tong alone. As Song Qingshu read on, he gradually became engrossed in it. In his mind, he had a rough idea of the structure of power in the entire imperial court, which forces there were, and which faction each official belonged to. As long as he paid attention, he would be able to find some clues from the memorials. After all, those who submitted memorials always had their own motives, right? Often, when a memorial was written, the words spoken between the lines seemed to be very reasonable, but as long as one started from which official's interests would be affected and which official's interests would be harmed, with a little analysis, one would be able to roughly determine which camp the memorial belonged to. Suddenly feeling a pair of soft hands on his shoulders, Song Qingshu couldn't help but tremble. "Emperor Xiaotong of gently asked. Tang. Xiaotong of Yen. Xiao. Had Xiaotong Emir Sier. Of Xiaotong of Emir Sier." Song Qingshu wanted to spoil this bowl of soup so that he would not have to face Empress Xiaotong in the future. However, before Kangxi left the capital, he clearly doted on Xiaotong the most. After returning from Xingjing, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Surely everyone would be suspicious. Smelling Xiaotong's fragrance, Song Qingshu suddenly blushed and his heart raced. There seemed to be an inexplicable heat in his body. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. What's going on? He carefully checked the vital energy in his body. It was not difficult to circulate, but the vital energy flowing in his meridians was not as calm as usual. Could it be that he was possessed by the devil? Song Qingshu was startled, but he felt that it was unlikely. Emperor? Xiaotong's voice rang in his ears. Song Qingshu suddenly woke up. He forced a smile and reached out to take the bowl. Without waiting for Song Qingshu to respond, Xiaotong naturally stood behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. "It seems that Emperor is too tired. Let me massage your shoulders." Her fingers were as green as jade, and her strength was just right. Song Qingshu's body quickly relaxed as he enjoyed the gentleness of her fingertip. He could feel that Xiaotong must have put in a lot of effort in her finger technique to please the Emperor. Every time Xiaotong massaged a place, Song Qingshu would feel a numbing sensation spread out and his body would slowly heat up. Although reason told him that this was not appropriate, this numbing sensation was too comfortable. Song Qingshu could not bear to have her stop. Seeing Song Qingshu closing his eyes with a look of enjoyment, Empress Xiaotong felt very happy. When she was massaging Song Qingshu's temples, she intentionally or unintentionally let Song Qingshu's head rest on her chest. The vague pressure caused a layer of red to appear on her skin. Suddenly, her nose smelled a rich and mysterious fragrance. She felt her entire body was covered in hot sweat and her body was limp. Very quickly, she pressed her face tightly against Song Qingshu's back and said in a sweet voice, "Your Majesty, it's late, let's rest." Song Qingshu's eyes had already turned red. Hearing what she said, he grabbed her legs and lifted her up. Step by step, he walked toward the embroidered tent. When the palace maids and eunuchs at the door saw this, they understood and retreated, closing the door behind them. Xiaotong was lying in Song Qingshu's embrace with a flushed face. Her hair was tied into a jade bun, her teeth were fragrant, and her body was graceful and delicate. She was so soft that it was as if she did not have any bones. The rainbow-colored dress slid down, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. In his mind, he thought that she was the most beautiful imperial concubine in Kangshi's harem, and a trace of evil excitement rose in the depths of his heart. His arms spread her two snow-white legs wide open, following that thin and tender area, his whole body pressed down heavily. Xiaotong's face was painted with rouge. Her expression was happy and sweet. Her legs were wrapped around Song Qingshu's waist. Her delicate body trembled from time to time. It was as if she was angry that the man on top of her did not know how to be tender to the fairer sex. The next morning, when Song Qingshu woke up, he saw little Tong lying lazily beside him. The brocade blanket slid down to her waist, revealing her alluring figure. Recalling Empress Xiaotong's bashful and seductive gaze last night, Song Qingshu's heart could not help but sway. However, his expression quickly turned solemn. He could not understand why his bestial nature had been triggered last night. He secretly checked the genuine qi in his body and found that it had returned to its previous calmness. In fact, it was even more condensed and vigorous. It must be the work of the mysterious yin qi in Little Tong's body. Could it be that the blissful Diana has started to backfire? Song Qingshu's face darkened. He had heard from Jiumaji and the others about how dangerous it was to practice the blissful Dharma, but he had never taken it seriously. After all, he had been practicing it for so long and had never encountered any problems until last night. Is His Majesty going to morning court? Forgive this concubine for not being able to get up to send you off. Your Majesty didn't take any pity on me last night. This concubine's entire body is very weak now. Empress Xiaotong complained. She struggled to sit up, but she only felt weak all over and was too lazy to move a finger. She knew that it was because of the Emperor's torment for a whole night. He would not be offended by such a trivial matter. Have a good rest. Song Qingshu was originally worried that she would notice something unusual, but looking at her current appearance, it seemed that she did not realize that the man who wandered around her last night was not her husband. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Time passed by without any mishap. Song Qingshu dealt with political affairs in the morning court during the day and lingered at Empress Xiaotong's place at night, enjoying the endless charm and gentleness. No one in the Forbidden City noticed that the Emperor had changed, not even the imperial concubine who was under Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu found that he was more and more addicted to being an emperor. The feeling of being the sole ruler and having everyone's fate in his hands was the most irresistible temptation in the world. What's more, there were beauties in the harem who were as gentle as water to flatter him. As for the dirty things that happened when they competed for favor with each other in secret, what did it have to do with him? In fact, according to Song Qingshu's original plan, temporarily disguising as Kangxi was just an expedient measure. After all, Kangxi was dead, but he was still alive. Song Qingshu was still alive, but he was already dead. Kangxi was only a Manchurian emperor, so Song Qingshu naturally did not care about a mere barbarian throne. In his plan, as long as he had complete control over the entire imperial palace and supported a puppet to oversee the imperial palace, he would be able to escape and build his own foundation in Shandong. With the fake Kangxi, who was a spy as a Han, it would not be difficult for him to overthrow the Manchurian rule in an open and above-board manner. At that time, His prestige in the hearts of the millions of Han people in the world could be said to be like the sun in the sky. With hundreds of people responding to his call, it would not be impossible for him to annex Mongolia. However, Song Qingshu still underestimated the temptation of power. Before, he never thought that he would be fettered by a mere throne, but when he really became the emperor, he found that he could not bear to part with it. Why did he have to escape? If he went to Shandong and painstakingly developed the revolutionary army, and then fought against an empire single-handedly, even if he succeeded, wouldn't he still be the emperor? Moreover, there were risks in rebelling. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and become a speck of dust under the rolling wheels of history. Perhaps in the future history books, it would be written that Song Qingshu revolted in Shandong. Although it was very powerful, it was still limited by the peasant class. 3 months later, it was suppressed by the Qing government, and Song Qingshu was also beheaded in public, although a few thoughts occasionally flashed through his mind, reminding him not to sink into oblivion. These thoughts were quickly dispelled by the cheers of the officials and Empress Xiao Tong's bewitched moans. While Song Qingshu was in deep thought, Empress Xiao Tong's voice made him break out in cold sweat. "Your Majesty, I feel that you have been a little different recently." "What's different?" Song Qingshu asked calmly. "I don't dare to say." Empress Xiao Tong's lightly drooping eyelashes slightly trembled, but she still shook her head in the end. "Say it, Zhen will pardon you." Could it be that she had seen through it? Song Qingshu's heart went cold and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he thought of how she was enjoying herself under him, he couldn't bear to do it. "I don't know why, but I feel that Emperor seems to have changed into a different person after you came back. Every time this concubine serves Emperor, it seems." Empress Xiao Tong's face turned red. "It seems like I'm serving a strange man." Chapter 297. Song Qingshu's fingers intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to her snow-white neck. He was hesitant. Empress Xiao Tong had just received rain and dew. At this moment, her face was glowing and extremely beautiful. Her face was full of shyness. At the same time, she said worriedly, "Has there been an official who has recently offered some tiger or wolf medicine to your Majesty? This kind of medicine is harmful to a dragon's body. Your Majesty should not use it in the future." Song Qingshu stilled and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected Empress Xiao Tong to say this. "Why do you say that?" Empress Xiao Tong shyly buried her face in his chest and said in a low and muffled voice, "Your Majesty is much more vigorous than before. This Jie cannot bear the criticism." "What, you don't like it?" Song Qingshu gently played with her hair, as if he was stroking a docile cat. "This Jie naturally likes it." Empress Xiao Tong pursed her thin lips. "But your Majesty's body?" "Don't worry, Zhen knows what to do." Xiaodong's body was smooth and tender. After twisting a few times in his arms, Song Qingshu felt a trace of heat rise in his body again. Thus, the hand that was on her head pressed down slightly. Xiaodong quickly understood and looked at him with hidden bitterness. In the end, she obediently crawled into bed. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. His expression became very happy. "That's right. Why did I give up such a fairy-like life and return to the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife?" Empress Xiao Tong's head moved up and down as she continuously hummed delicately. Song Qingshu enjoyed her nimble tongue as well as her beautiful curve. Suddenly, his expression froze. He pulled up the blankets on his body and quickly stirred them. Ding, ding, ding! A dozen or so embroidery needles were knocked to the ground. Empress Xiao Tong finally realized that there was an assassin. She screamed and hid behind Song Qingshu. "I didn't expect your Majesty to be such a hidden expert." As a familiar voice sounded, Song Qingshu looked with a strange expression at the beautiful figure that was slowly walking in. "Sect leader Dongfang?" Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "How do you know me?" Dongfang Muxue was startled. She had come here today to assassinate Kangxi. She was worried that the imperial court would take revenge on the Sun Moon sect, so she did not appear in the attire of Dongfang Bubi. Instead, she wore a long dress and appeared as a woman. She did not expect Kangxi to recognize her at first glance. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. How could he not recognize Dongfang Muxue? Although he wanted to acknowledge her, he did not dare to reveal this secret to anyone else due to the importance of the matter. Thus, he could only try to find out what the other party wanted to say. May I know why Cult Master Dongfang is visiting me so late at night? Dongfang Muxue suppressed the doubts in her heart and lightly said, I have a friend who was killed by the Emperor not long ago. I don't have many friends in this world, and he happens to be the only one. Naturally, I have to ask for an explanation. Hearing her words, Song Qinshu felt touched. The relationship between him and Dongfang Muxue had always been subtle. They were definitely not lovers, and naturally, they were not enemies either. If one really wanted to dig deeper, it would be more appropriate to describe them as rivals who appreciated each other's talent. Seeing that she had actually entered the tiger's den for his sake, a trace of mischievous thoughts arose in his heart. He signaled for Empress Xiaotong to calm down and asked, We have killed many people previously. May I know who Cult Master Dongfang's friend is? Why does your Majesty ask when you already know the answer? Dongfang Muxue revealed a mocking expression. Naturally, it's Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu's heart warmed, but he calmly said, Song Qinshu attempted to assassinate us, so we naturally had to kill him. We didn't know that he was Cult Master's friend and have offended him. Oh, how about this? How should we compensate to appease Cult Master's anger? I hope that Cult Master can tell us. That person has clearly been intelligent his entire life, but unexpectedly, he was muddle-headed for this moment. A trace of anger flashed across Dongfang Muxue's eyes. Although this seat doesn't know why he suddenly wanted to kill you, since this was his dying wish, then you can die. As soon as she finished speaking, a white figure flashed, and the distance of several zhang between the two of them seemed to not exist. Dongfang Muxue suddenly appeared in front of Song Qinshu. Her slender fingers held an embroidery needle and stabbed towards the space between his eyebrows. Song Qinshu hurriedly raised his hand and tapped on her wrist. Just as he guided her embroidery needle to the side, he discovered that Dongfang Muxue's palm was as white as jade, silently pressing towards his chest. The two palms met, and a white figure retreated violently. Seeing that Song Qinshu was staying on the bed, and had no intention of pursuing, Dongfang Muxue wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at him with a serious expression. No wonder with Song Qinshu's martial arts, he couldn't even escape after the assassination failed. This seat had originally thought that it was that old eunuch who attacked. Now it seems that your Majesty is the true expert of the palace. After Dongfang Muxue was sneakily attacked by Zhang Wuji, she had been staying in Yunan's 5 Poisons Order to nurse her injuries. When she heard the news that Song Qinshu had been reduced to ashes, her emotions were agitated. She suppressed her injuries and headed north to the Forbidden City, intending to assassinate Kangxi to avenge him. Unexpectedly, Kangxi had been hiding his strength all along. Dongfang Muxue estimated that with Kangxi's martial arts, she might be able to defeat him at her peak. However, she only had less than 30% of her power left now. That palm strike just now had caused her internal injuries to show signs of being unable to be suppressed any longer. Not only would she not be able to avenge herself today, but she would also die here. Seeing Dongfang Muxue's delicate brows furrowed, Song Qinshu felt both heartache and carefree. After all, when they were together previously, he was always subdued by her. Now that the situation had reversed, it was natural for him to enjoy it. After casually striking Xiaodong's sleeping acupoint on the back of his head, Song Qinshu wrapped himself in clothes and stood up slowly. As he walked toward Dongfang Muxue, he asked with a smile, "Has Cult Master Dongfang ever made a promise with Song Qinshu?" Dongfang Muxue adjusted the genuine qi in her body while keeping her guard up. Is that Song Qingshu the sect master's lost relative? No. Then that's it. Why would you put yourself in danger for someone who's neither your relative nor friend? Song Qingshu came to Dongfang Muxue and lifted a lock of her hair. With an evil smile on his face, he said, I'm rich and cult masters' martial arts are powerful. Why don't you marry me? If we work together, the world will be in our hands. Dongfang Muxue had never been teased like this in her life. Her eyes turned cold and she struck toward Song Qingshu's ribs with her palm. Song Qingshu smiled and dodged it calmly. Soon, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Dongfang Muxue's greatest advantage was that she was the best in the world in terms of body movement. However, due to her severe injuries, it was hard for her to dodge. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was getting faster and faster. In the end, Dongfang Muxue could only barely defend herself. Song Qingshu was thinking that it was time to stop. Suddenly, his expression changed and he leaped to the side. Bam! A long whip landed on the spot where he was standing just now. The hard bricks on the ground were shattered into pieces. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw an incomparably elegant beauty under the moonlight. She held a long whip in her hand and stood not far away, staring coldly at him. Song Qingshu shuddered and his face turned pale. The Amei faction, Zhou Zhirua? With Dongfang Muxue's excellent eyesight, she naturally saw through the other's martial arts. The white python whip technique and the unique breathing technique of the Amei faction. Naturally, it had to be the sect master of the Amei faction, Zhou Zhirua. Who are you? Looking at Dongfang Muxue, whose looks were not inferior to hers, Zhou Zhirua asked curiously. She had just arrived not long ago and saw that Dongfang Muxue was in a fierce battle with Kangxi. She was shocked by Kangxi's martial arts and helped him without thinking. Just an ordinary friend of Song Qingshu. Dongfang Muxue was amazed by Zhou Zhirua's beauty. She suddenly felt a little strange. Ordinary friend? Zhou Zhirua naturally did not believe it. Why would an ordinary friend take such a huge risk to avenge him? Moreover, she was so beautiful. Sect Master Zhou, are you trying to put on airs in front of me? Dongfang Muxue snorted coldly. You're looking for the wrong person. Look at that person over there. Puzzled, Zhou Zhirua looked in the direction where Dongfang Muxue was pointing and saw a woman in black walking out from the shadows. She was holding a shiny, snake-shaped sword in her hand. Although her face was covered by a black cloth, her beautiful eyebrows and bright eyes could still be seen. It was obvious that she was a great beauty. Look at the situation now, and you're still fighting over a woman. Xia Qingqing snorted coldly. She had just arrived and did not hear the conversation between Dongfang Muxue and Song Qingshu. Instead, she saw Kangxi's unfathomable martial arts. She was filled with regret. When she saw Kangxi's martial arts with her own eyes, she knew that all her previous plans for revenge were just a joke. Not only was there no hope for revenge, but Song Qingshu's life was also involved. If she had known this earlier, she would not have taken revenge. Wouldn't it have been better to be with Song Qingshu? Self-blame flooded her like a tidal wave. At this moment, Xia Qingqing only wanted to perish together with Kangxi. Naturally, she did not want to see the other two potential powerful helpers fighting among themselves. As for the relationship between the two women and Song Qingshu, she did not care anymore. Who's fighting over a man? A faint blush appeared on Zhou Zhirua's cold face. If Song Qingshu has to die, he can only die by my hands. The others can't even kill him. If the people of Jianghu knew that my husband was killed and I could not avenge him, where would I put my face as the sect master of the Amei faction? Hearing Zhou Zhirua's words, Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Xia Qingqing also snorted coldly. Looking at the strange atmosphere, Song Qingshu simply wanted to curse out loud. What were these imperial guards doing? They actually let so many assassins in. Even if he wanted to reveal his identity now, he couldn't. Thinking about how he would have to face 3 women who had complicated relationships with him after revealing his identity, Song Qing-shu felt his head swell. If you want to be conflicted, then do it yourself. Xia Qingqing snorted impatiently. She raised her golden snake sword and attacked Song Qing-shu. At this moment, she only wanted to die. Therefore, every move she made was a life-risking move without any defense. She only hoped that she could seriously injure Kangxi before she died, giving the other 2 women a chance to kill him. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was full of openings, Song Qing-shu had a headache. He could not really hurt her, so he could only use Qinggong to avoid her attack. Watch out! Dongfang Muxue saw that Xia Qingqing's moves were life-risking. Her determination and madness moved her. On one hand, she was angry that Song Qing-shu was so capable that he could make so many women treat him sincerely. On the other hand, she did not want to see Xia Qingqing die like this. Therefore, she quickly covered her and attacked so that Kangxi did not have a chance to hurt her. Seeing the 2 of them attacking Kangxi from the front and back, Zhou Jiruo's expression changed. She naturally knew that these 2 women had a complicated relationship with Song Qing-shu. She did not want to have anything to do with them, let alone work together to avenge Song Qing-shu. But at the same time, she understood that with Kangxi's martial arts skills, she could not defeat him alone. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Jiruo stomped her feet and waved her whip, joining the fight. Chapter 298. Xia Qingqing blocked Song Qing-shu from the front, executing the golden snake sword technique in a treacherous and ruthless manner. Zhou Jiruo's white python whip technique was extremely exquisite. Her long whip always attacked Xia Qingqing's vital points and inadvertently covered all of Xia Qingqing's flaws. Coupled with Dongfang Muxue's elusive movements, she always attacked from unimaginable angles, forcing Song Qing-shu into a fluster. Song Qing-shu also did not expect that the 3 women with different martial arts would be able to complement each other so well in their first cooperation. Furthermore, he was worried about hurting them, so even if he saw a flaw, he would always be overcautious and overcautious. As a result, he was forced into a difficult situation by the 3 women. Because he was impersonating Kangxi, Song Qing-shu subconsciously chased the imperial guards away from his surroundings. The entire imperial palace adopted the strategy of guarding the outside but not the inside. But even so, with such a huge commotion here, even if the imperial guards were a bunch of pigs, they would still rush over. If they saw his unparalleled martial arts, rumors would quickly spread throughout the imperial palace. He might be able to fool others, but the Empress Dowager, as well as some of the old eunuchs and old nannies who served Kangxi, would definitely know that Kangxi did not know martial arts. If that happened, his identity would definitely be exposed. Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn. He reached out his hand and grabbed at a certain spot in the air. A wooden sword suddenly attacked Zhou Jiruo in the distance. Zhou Jiruo drew her whip several times in a row, but she still could not block the wooden sword in the air. She could not help but turn pale. She used the lightness skill from the 9-in manual and quickly retreated. Without the cover of Zhou Jiruo's long whip, Xia Qingqing's entire body was full of flaws. Seeing her sword stab over, Song Qingshu changed from his usual dodging style. His 2 fingers clamped down on the blade of the sword and smoothly slid it into her bosom. Under Xia Qingqing's stunned and shocked gaze, he sealed her acupuncture point. Huh! Clearly, the wooden sword had evoked some familiar memories in Dongfang Muxue's mind. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and her body involuntarily froze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu closed in on her and took the opportunity to seal her major acupuncture point. Seeing 2 of her companions being restrained one after another, Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but panic in her heart. Her moves more or less became somewhat disordered. Song Qingshu controlled the wooden sword to distract her vision while he used traceless treading sand to move to her side in an instant. Looking down at the fingers on her ribs, Zhou Jiruo was unwilling. Zhou Jiruo was unwilling to give up. Zhou's eyes, Zhou Jiruo's eyes. And Zhou Jiruo felt. She lowered and looked at the fingers on her ribs. Zhou Shu's words. She, Zhou Qinshu, and Zhou Tian Jiruo, and said. Being hugged by a strange man, Zhou Jiruo's face flashed with a trace of shame and anger. Unfortunately, she was unable to resist and could only stare at Song Qinshu angrily. On the other side, Dongfang Muxue nodded thoughtfully when she saw this, and an imperceptible smile soon appeared on the corners of her mouth. Hearing the footsteps of the palace guards rushing over, Song Qinshu's expression changed. With a swoosh, he returned to the bed like a wisp of smoke. Your servant was late to save you. I deserve to die 10,000 times. When Doran saw little Tong lying on the bed, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. There were also 3 women in the hall who were obviously assassins. Doran broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Kangxi seemed to be fine. Otherwise, his family would be exterminated. You do deserve to die 10,000 times, Song Qinshu said coldly. I don't know how you're doing your job as the head of the palace guards. First, there was Song Qinshu's assassination attempt, and now there are these 3 female thieves. You still came late. If it wasn't for the fact that I had an expert by my side, wouldn't those rascals have succeeded? Doran felt wronged. He thought to himself, it's all because you transferred me to another place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reacted so slowly and rushed over after so long. However, even if he had the guts, he didn't dare to say it at this time. He could only kowtow and say, Your servant did not protect you well. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Song Qinshu snorted. From today onwards, focus on training the flying guillotines. As for the position of head of the inner palace guards, that Diyun something from the stickler will temporarily take over. Song Qinshu was worried that he wouldn't be able to place his trusted aides in the palace. It was a good opportunity to use this assassination incident to make a fuss and transfer Doran far away. Doran was anxious. He didn't care about anything else and promptly said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. This Diyun is not only a Han, he also came from the stick. The people inside were all promoted by the traitor Song Qinshu. Letting him take the position of the head of the palace guards, your servant is worried that he will harbor evil intentions. The stick is Zhen's stick. When did it become Song Qinshu's stick? Song Qinshu angrily rebuked. Although you are loyal, your martial arts skills are limited. If you can't guard against these Wuling masters who come and go as they please, what's the use of loyalty? This Zhen knows a thing or two about that Diyun. He is an honest and straightforward person. What's more, his martial arts skills are excellent. Find someone among the palace guards who is more skilled than him. This Zhen will not let him be the head of the palace guards. How about it? Doran and the palace guards looked at each other. Although they were all experts, there was still a large gap between them and those top experts. Knowing that they weren't Diyun's match, they could only remain silent. This matter is decided. As for the question of Diyun's loyalty, this Zhen has a sense of propriety. Song Qinshu decreed. Yes. The palace guards hastily saluted. This servant will throw these assassins into prison and interrogate them properly. We will definitely find out their identities and the mastermind behind the scenes. Doran looked at the 3 women on the ground with hatred. If they hadn't sneaked in to assassinate him, he wouldn't have lost his position as the head of the palace guards. Humph, just wait and see how I'll have my brothers deal with you. Looking at the 3 women's soft and beautiful figures and beautiful faces, images that were not suitable for children quickly appeared in Doran's mind. This Zhen will interrogate the 3 of them. Song Qinshu coughed lightly and pointed at Dongfang Muxue and the other 2. Lock them up separately. Remember, don't be rude to them. As he spoke, Song Qinshu's voice had become extremely cold. Yes. Doran nodded in understanding. However, He couldn't help but give himself a tight slap in his heart. What was wrong with him recently? Why did he not know how to read the situation? Although these three were assassins, they were all one in a million beauties. Even he would let his imagination run wild. The emperor was also a man. Before the three women were taken away, Dongfang Muxue looked meaningfully at Song Qingshu, causing Song Qingshu's hair to stand on end. Could it be that she had seen through him? Although the wooden sword was a flaw, it was too shocking to disguise as Kangxi. He believed that Dongfang Muxue didn't have such a rich imagination. Your Majesty, what happened just now? Empress Xiaotong slowly woke up and asked in confusion. A few assassins came and were subdued by the Imperial Guard. Song Qingshu patted her body lightly and comforted her. But this Jie seems to remember that your Majesty doesn't know martial arts. Empress Xiaotong was frightened and had her sleeping acupuncture point sealed. Her mind was naturally not clear. Nowadays, the martial arts experts in Jianghu are so arrogant. This Zhen had previously found an expert to impart some martial arts for self-defense. I didn't think that it would really come in handy today. Song Qingshu explained. Empress Xiaotong knew nothing about martial arts and naturally couldn't see how high the martial arts cultivation of Song Qingshu's martial arts was when the flying needles were knocked down by the thin silk. Your Majesty is so powerful. You didn't feel the other benefits of learning martial arts, but there is one benefit that you definitely felt. A strange smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. What is it? Forgive this Jie for being slow-witted, but please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Empress Xiaotong looked at him in confusion. Weren't you very curious about why this Zhen has been so energetic recently? Song Qingshu bit Xiaotong's ear and whispered. Your Majesty, you're so bad. Empress Xiaotong's pretty face immediately flushed red. After this interruption, her suspicions quickly disappeared. You must never mention to anyone that this Zhen knows martial arts. Otherwise, the next time the assassins are on guard, I won't be able to catch them off guard since I haven't practiced martial arts for long. It will be easy for evildoers to take advantage of me. Song Qingshu hugged Xiaotong and warned her in her ear. You can't even tell Empress Dowager and Big Sister? Empress Xiaotong blinked in confusion. After knowing that the big sister she mentioned was De Tong, Song Qingshu nodded. Of course I trust Empress Dowager and Empress. However, there are too many people in the palace of benevolent and peaceful and earthly tranquility. If someone with ulterior motives accidentally hears this, I'm afraid that this Zhen will be in danger. Empress Xiaotong hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This Jie will definitely not tell anyone. Song Qingshu nodded in relief and gently covered her with the blanket. You've been frightened today. Rest well. We still have to deal with the matter of the assassins. Originally, if Xiaotong found out that he knew martial arts, the safest way was to eliminate her in secret. However, Song Qingshu wasn't such a cruel and cold-blooded person. Furthermore, a day as husband and wife meant a lifetime of love. After such a long time, even if they hadn't developed feelings, he had at least taken pity on her. And the assassins are so dangerous. Your Majesty should bring more guards. Empress Xiaotong had been plucked daily by Song Qingshu and was already very tired. After the fright, she felt even more exhausted and quickly fell into a deep sleep. After instructing the Imperial Guards to lock Dongfang Muxue and the others in 3 different rooms in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Song Qingshu returned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity and pondered which woman he should meet first. Zhou Zhirua hated him to the bone. This time, she actually came to the Forbidden City to take revenge for him. Song Qingshu felt that he had to ask her in detail. However, when he thought of Xia Qingqing's self-destructive expression just now, he fell into deep self-blame. During this period of time, he had been engrossed in Empress Xiaotong's charming and delicate body and had actually forgotten about Xia Qingqing. She must have spent this period of time in fear and regret. Dongfang Muxue's meaningful smile suddenly appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu then thought of how Dongfang Muxue was clearly seriously injured, but still ran all the way from Yunnan to Yanjing. This friendship seemed to have greatly exceeded his expectations. Who should he meet first? Song Qingshu looked left and right and really had a headache. Not only did he have to let them go, but he also had to dispel their thoughts of continuing to take revenge. Did he really have to reveal his identity? However, were they worthy of his trust? Chapter 299. After hesitating for a long time, Song Qingshu decided to see Dongfang Muxue first. After all, her smile just now was too strange. Who knew what she had guessed? Why are you lying on the bed? As soon as Song Qingshu entered the room, he saw Dongfang Muxue lying on the bed with a blanket covering her. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Dongfang Muxue blushed and snorted. It's all because of those servants. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he understood. So, Dolong and the others thought that he wanted to do something to these female assassins, so they thoughtfully laid them out like this. But did they ask the palace maids to take off their clothes? Song Qingshu speculated maliciously. On the night of the full moon, at the summit of the Forbidden City, Sect Master Dongfang was so awe-inspiring in the past, but now he is lying on my bed in such a delicate and pitiful state. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Song Qingshu said in all seriousness. There are many unpredictable things in the world. I didn't expect Kangxi to be so well versed in martial arts. Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Sect Master used to be arrogant and never looked me in the eye. Naturally, you don't know that I know martial arts. Song Qingshu had a feeling that she had seen through him, and this feeling made him very unhappy. She clearly had no power to resist, and facing his teasing, shouldn't she be panicking, and scared? Why was she so calm? Is that really the case? Dongfang Muxue didn't deny it. Aren't you afraid? Song Qingshu asked doubtfully. What's there to be afraid of? Dongfang Muxue said indifferently. For example, if I do something to you. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands together and showed a wretched expression. Unless you kill me after you're done, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death when I recover my cultivation. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. You are seriously injured and can't defeat me. Song Qingshu smiled proudly. Injuries will recover one day. Dongfang Muxue turned her head to the side when she saw Song Qingshu sitting on the bed. I can cripple your martial arts. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted her face. His fingers gently caressed her face. Perhaps it was due to his inner force returning to its original state. Her skin was even smoother than Queen Tong's. Originally, he just wanted to scare her, but who knew that once he touched her, Song Qingshu would be reluctant to let go. Dongfang Muxue's face gradually blushed as she reprimanded, Song Qingshu, are you done touching me? Ah! Song Qingshu let go of his hand awkwardly and said with an unnatural expression, Sect Master Dongfang, are you confused? Song Qingshu has already been turned into ashes by me, but Sect Master still can't forget him. Humph, now I really hope that little thief is reduced to ashes. Dongfang Muxue glared at him fiercely. Song Qingshu got goosebumps from her stare and stood up subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt that this seemed to weaken his imposing manner, so he quickly said, Dongfang Cult Master, I have a suggestion. Dongfang Muxue answered straightforwardly. If Sect Master is willing to enter my harem, I will let bygones be bygones and help you take back the position of Sun Moon Sect's Sect Master. At the same time, you can choose any of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Other than the position of Empress, I can give you any title you want. Song Qingshu said with a straight face. I'm curious, who will you give the position of Empress to? Zhou Jiruan next door, or that pretty widow Yuan Qingji? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Song Qingshu's heart tightened, but he forced himself to say, I don't know what you're talking about. The Empress of the harem is Lady Tongjia. The Tong clan is powerful and influential, so I naturally have to give them face. Including Queen Tong, who played with Queen Tong so wantonly? Dongfang Mushue's face turned serious. The Tong sisters have 3,000 beauties in the harem. Song Qingshu, you're really lucky with women. Knowing that he could no longer hide it, Song Qingshu took off his mask and looked at her with a bitter smile. How did you see through my identity? Seeing that familiar face, Dongfang Mushue's heart was finally relieved. She snorted. Hurry up and unseal my acupoints. Do you really want to take advantage of me? I'm just worried that you're not wearing anything under the blanket. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid you can't wait for it. Dongfang Mushue secretly spat and immediately saw through his trick. Do you want to see? I'll allow you to lift the blanket. Since you said so, then I'm definitely wearing it. Song Qingshu sighed and casually pointed a finger to unseal her acupoints. As soon as Dongfang Mushue was freed, she quickly wrapped the blanket tightly around her body and glared at Song Qingshu with a red face. Seeing Dongfang Mushue's expression, how could Song Qingshu not understand? He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. You're really not wearing anything? I already allowed you to lift the blanket just now. Who asked you not to? Dongfang Mushue's cheeks flushed red, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Dolong, that dog of a slave. When I recover, I'll definitely take his dog life. It turned out that Dolong guessed that Kangxi might have taken a liking to these women. In addition, he had not behaved very well in front of Kangxi recently and wanted to use this method to please Kangxi. Thus, he asked the palace maids to remove all the clothes of the three women, saying that he was worried that these assassins might have something dangerous on them and could hurt the emperor. What a considerate servant! Song Qingshu couldn't help but cry, and he secretly gave Doran a thumbs up. Of course, he naturally didn't dare to show it, and he could only continue asking, How exactly did you see through my identity? Was it because of the wooden sword? Find me a set of clothes first. Dongfang Mushue ignored him. Where did you put your clothes? Song Qingshu looked around but still did not see the clothes she had taken off. Actually, it was predictable. If she really had clothes, Song Qingshu would have known that she was naked. Dolong, that dog of a slave, let the palace maids take it away. They said that even if our acupoints were unsealed, we wouldn't be able to escape. I'm so angry. Dongfang Mushue gritted her teeth. Song Qingshu believed that if Dolong was in the room now, she would definitely cut him into pieces. Song Qingshu had no choice but to put on his mask again and order the palace maids to prepare a set of clothes. Turn around. If you dare to look back, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Mushue took the clothes and glared at Song Qingshu. You obviously can't beat me now, but you're still so fierce. Song Qingshu turned around and mumbled. What did you say? Nothing. When Song Qingshu turned around, Dongfang Mushue had already put on her clothes. The ordinary palace dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Let me tell you how I saw through it. First, I saw Kangxi before. With my skills at that time, even Patriarch Sunflower's tracks couldn't hide from me. If Kangxi really knew martial arts, there's no way I couldn't see through him. Second, when the three of us attacked you, you clearly had many opportunities to injure Xiaoqingqing, but you didn't. You were very restrained when you attacked, focusing mainly on defense and dodging. Third, when you used the wooden sword, I was even more certain. A person can change their appearance, but it's hard to change their martial arts foundation. You dare to guess that I'm impersonating Kangxi just based on this? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. That's too risky. Actually, there's a more important reason. A hint of a smile appeared on Dongfang Mushue's face. What is it? That is, no matter what, I can't believe that Song Qingshu, who's even more cunning than a fox, would die so easily. Dongfang Mushue came to Song Qingshu's side and couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I'm really sorry for making you come all the way from Yunnan, and your injuries haven't even healed yet. Dongfang Mushua's pretty face heated up and she said awkwardly, "Don't think too much. I just couldn't stop those two little girls, Fei Yen and Zhong Ling, from crying by my side every day. That's why I came." Thinking of those two cute girls, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. "How are they? You're having fun here and now you're thinking of them?" Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly. "Of course not." Song Qingshu defended himself without much confidence. "When I came here, I saw you making little Tong do that kind of thing. She's really shameless." Thinking of that scene, Dongfang Mushue was both embarrassed and angry. What's there to be embarrassed about when it's the love between husband and wife? Song Qingshu curled his lips disapprovingly. "Is it fun being an emperor?" Dongfang Mushue looked at him quietly with a strange expression on her face. Oh, thinking of the shameless days he'd been living recently, Song Qingshu nodded awkwardly. "It's really fun. Poor Chu Fian and Zhong Ling had to wash their faces with tears every day in the 5 poison sect. I really feel bad for them." Dongfang Mushue spat. She wasn't as angry as he'd imagined. "When you heard that I died, did you shed a single tear for me?" Song Qingshu suddenly looked into her eyes curiously. "No." Dongfang Mushue answered without any hesitation. "Really? You're too narcissistic. I'm not the two women next door who love you to death," Dongfang Mushue said sarcastically. Thinking that Xia Qingqing and Zhou Zhirua were still lying in the next room, Song Qingshu was suddenly worried about their current situation. Unlike Dongfang Mushue, who could tell that he was Song Qingshu, the two of them might even think that he was Kangxi. Especially when he thought of Xia Qingqing's heartbroken eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little distressed. Seeing Song Qingshu's hesitation, Dongfang Mushue smiled faintly. "You should go and check on the two women. I'm afraid they're in extreme pain right now." "What about you?" Song Qingshu was worried that Dongfang Mushue would disappear as soon as he left. As if seeing his worry, Dongfang Mushue raised her head and sneered. "Of course I won't leave. If it were before, it wouldn't matter. But now that you've become the boss of the Forbidden City, you can have anything you want with just one word. Isn't it quite comfortable for me to recuperate here? Why should I go back to Yunnan?" "You really won't leave?" Song Qingshu was still worried and asked for confirmation. "I really won't leave." Dongfang Mushue revealed a smile that was like the first melting of ice and snow. Her tone was also unprecedentedly gentle. Chapter 300. "Haha, I'm relieved to hear you say that." Song Qingshu was overjoyed and ran out happily. However, Song Qingshu had a headache as soon as he stepped out the door. Should he go left or right? The left was Zhou Zhirua's room, and the right was Xia Qingqing's room. When he thought of Zhou Zhirua, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. His feelings for Zhou Zhirua had always been complicated. At first, he was angry at being deceived, but when he realized it was all a misunderstanding, he felt a trace of guilt. However, Zhang Wuji was like a mountain that had left a huge shadow in his heart. So, Song Qingshu had always wanted to become stronger so that he could crush this so-called rival in love beneath his feet. Later on, as Song Qingshu's martial arts became more and more advanced, and he recently experienced the feeling of being the emperor, he realized how small the world was in the past. When he thought of how everything he had done in the past was for the sake of revenge, Song Qingshu shook his head helplessly. Now, he was indifferent to everything. Even if he wanted to deal with Zhang Wuji in the future, it would only be because the Ji and Lan were in power and he had no choice but to get rid of him, not because of a personal grudge between the two of them. He didn't even care about Zhang Wuji, so why should he worry about facing Zhou Zhirua? Suddenly, Song Qingshu felt his mood lighten. He decided to release Zhou Zhirua first. As for whether she was willing to forgive him, that was up to her. When Song Qingshu pushed open the door, he found Zhou Zhirua lying quietly in the blankets like an orchid in an empty valley. Only then did he remember that their clothes had been taken off by Dolong's palace maids, and his heart couldn't help jumping. When she saw him enter, Zhou Zhihua only glanced at him coolly, her eyes incomparably calm. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel curious. He sat down by the bed and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Zhou Zhihua replied coldly. Song Qingshu was at a loss for words. He felt rather depressed. If Dongfang Muxue wasn't afraid, he could say that she had guessed his identity. But what about Zhou Zhihua? Could it be that she had guessed his identity as well? For example, right now you are lying naked on my bed. I only need to gently lift this quilt. Aren't you afraid? Song Qingshu pinched a corner of the quilt with his fingers and pretended to lift it. Zhou Zhihua's face alternated between red and white, and her voice finally fluctuated a little. "Do you think being afraid can stop you? Since I can't, there's no point in being afraid anyway. Why should I let you see a joke?" "Huh!" Song Qingshu retracted his hand. "You're an interesting woman." Zhou Zhihua remained silent. "I heard that you're Song Qingshu's wife. Are you here to avenge him?" Song Qingshu had originally planned to let her go, but he suddenly had an idea. He couldn't help but use Kangxi's identity to find out what Zhou Zhihua thought of him. Everyone has the right to kill the Tatar emperor. As the head of a famous righteous sect in the Han Wulin, there's nothing strange about me assassinating you. Hearing him mention Song Qingshu, Zhou Zhihua's eyes flashed with an indescribable feeling. Was it love? She definitely wouldn't agree. Was it hatred? It didn't seem like it. You don't admit that it's for Song Qingshu. Hearing that Zhou Zhihua didn't mention him at all, Song Qingshu felt a little annoyed. Then why didn't you assassinate me before? Why did you come after I killed Song Qingshu? I don't know either. Being questioned by him repeatedly, Zhou Zhihua's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. She also began to reflect on who she came for. If you're here for Song Qingshu's revenge, I can't let you go, Song Qingshu snorted coldly. As the saying goes, if the roots are not removed, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. As Song Qingshu spoke, he observed Zhou Zhihua's reaction. Seeing that she was staring at him coldly, he changed the topic and continued, "However, I already knew that the two of you are actually a fake couple. As long as you're not here for Song Qingshu, I can make an exception and let you go on account of your commendable courage." "How do you know about me and him?" Zhou Zhihua frowned. When she and Song Qingshu got married, they didn't sleep in the same room as a normal married couple. Of course, the 2 times she was forced by Song Qingshu didn't count. Even the disciples of the Amei faction didn't know about this, so how did he know? Song Qingshu was startled. He knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately explained, "This emperor has always admired Song Qingshu, and I even wanted to bestow a marriage for him, but he refused without any hesitation." "Why? Is it because he thinks the woman he gave him is too ugly?" Zhou Zhihua sneered. She thought that with Song Qingshu's lustful and shameless appearance, it might really be the reason. Song Qingshu was almost choked by her words. He had to say gloomily, "Of course not. He said he already has a wife." Zhou Zhihua's eyelashes trembled a few times. She continued to listen to him calmly. "I only knew about sect leader Zhou at that time." Song Qingshu sighed. "I asked him, since he already has a wife, why didn't he bring her to live with us in Yanjing? I could also give her a title of Lady of Nobility. He didn't say anything. I asked him again and again. Only then did I know the complicated relationship between you and your wife." Song Qingshu sighed. "I told him, in that case, it's okay to marry another wife. But he still refused without hesitation. He said that his wife in this life would only be Zhou Zhihua of the Amei faction. Sometimes I think, if Song Qingshu had agreed to my marriage, would he not have betrayed me, and would he not have been reduced to ashes?" Listening to Kangxi's unhurried narration, Zhou Zhihua lay on the bed, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. He really said that? Out of some kind of bad taste, she lied with her eyes open. Even though Song Qinshu was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, he had the mask to hide it. He quickly nodded and said, "Of course I wouldn't lie to a woman for such a small matter." Zhou Zhiruo recalled all that had happened, and her emotions were extremely shaken. She thought of how Song Qinshu had cared for her in every possible way. She thought of what she had said, "Song Qinshu would betray the world, but he wouldn't betray me, Zhou Zhiruo." She also thought of how Song Qinshu had taken the opportunity to defile her body. She also thought of the time in the imperial palace when she had half-heartedly refused to go to bed with him. Song Qinshu saw that Zhou Zhiruo had a smile on her face one moment, and her face was as cold as frost the next. Her chest also rose and fell rapidly. He couldn't help but sigh. He had transmigrated and occupied the real Song Qinshu's body. Although it wasn't his original intention, he was still full of guilt for the soul that had disappeared. Since the original Song Qinshu had loved Zhou Zhiruo his entire life, he could take this opportunity to make Zhou Zhiruo remember him forever in her heart. Presumably, for him, it would be another kind of immortality. He could also take this opportunity to end things with Zhou Zhiruo. "Why are you telling me so much?" Zhou Zhiruo suddenly looked curiously at Song Qinshu. "Jin doesn't know," Song Qinshu laughed bitterly. "Maybe Jin misses him. Have you thought about it? Why did you come to assassinate Jin?" Song Qinshu stared at Zhou Zhiruo's eyes and found that he was suddenly a little nervous. "I came to avenge him." Zhou Zhiruo was a little hesitant at the beginning, but she became more and more determined as she spoke. "Are you sure?" Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a flash of joy in his heart. "You know, Zhen originally wanted to let you go." A faint smile appeared on Zhou Zhiruo's frosty face. "Although I can't wait for him to die, I am the only one in the world who can kill him. If others kill him, I will naturally avenge them." "Why do you want to sacrifice your life for a dead man?" Song Qinshu said with a frown. "It's not too late to change your words. I originally planned to kill him and then commit suicide. Since he's already dead, even the greatest hatred has disappeared. My wish has been fulfilled. Even if I die, I will still be able to seek benevolence." Zhou Zhiruo's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Song Qinshu, she said in a cold voice, "If your majesty gives me a quick death, I will be very grateful to you. But if you want to do some shameless things to me, even if I become a malicious spirit, I won't let you go." "Shameless things?" Song Qinshu rubbed his nose. Did he really look like that kind of person? It was all Dolong's fault. Doing such a thing, how could the other not misunderstand? "Miss Zhou worries too much." "Actually, no matter what you choose, Zhen will not make things difficult for you based on the past friendship with Song Qinshu. You can leave." "You'll let me go?" Zhou Zhiruo's face was stunned. She had never thought that it would be this ending. Song Qinshu stood up. Looking out the window with his hands behind his back, he said rather desolately, "You can leave. If you leave, don't come back." At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, "I'll make a clean break with Zhou Zhiruo like this." After a moment of silence, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him. "How can I leave like this?" Song Qinshu suddenly realized. He quickly ordered a palace maid to bring a set of palace clothes and put it at the head of the bed. He also took out a gold medal and put it on. "After you put on the clothes, take this gold medal, and you can smoothly leave the palace. Zhen will leave first." Finishing, he got up and was about to leave when he heard Zhou Zhiruo's slightly anxious voice. "My acupuncture point was also sealed by you." "Almost forgot." Song Qinshu patted his head and suddenly hesitated. "Once your acupuncture point is unsealed, you won't come to kill Jin again, right? It wasn't easy to escape a calamity." "I'm not that stupid." Zhou Zhiruo sneered. "That's true." Song Qingshu moved closer to unseal her acupuncture point. Who knew that at this time, a sudden change would occur? A slender jade finger suddenly reached out from under the blanket and quickly pressed on his waist. Your acupuncture point has been unsealed? Song Qingshu was surprised and quickly came to his senses. Zhou Zhirua had studied the 9-yin manual. One of the chapters talked about the method of unsealing acupuncture points. He was completely immersed in the emotions of parting with Zhou Zhirua and actually forgot about this. Zhou Zhirua didn't answer. She pursed her lips and quickly pressed a few major acupuncture points on his chest. Only then did she relax. Only then did she carefully wrap herself in the blanket and sit up. You're really desperate. You're not even afraid of being exposed. The moment Zhou Zhirua raised her hand to press the acupuncture point, her snow-white skin was exposed. With Song Qingshu's skill, he naturally saw it clearly. Even if you look a few times, it doesn't matter. In any case, you're going to die soon. Zhou Zhirua's face reddened and she subconsciously pulled at the blanket around her. Chapter 301. Song Qingshu somewhat regretted talking too much nonsense just now, which led to his own trap. However, it was impossible for him to reveal his true identity and hope that Zhou Zhirua would let him go. Looking at your expression, it seems that you are very regretful? Zhou Zhirua had a kind of pleasure of revenge. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Just now, the other party was playing with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Now it was time for the roles to reverse. I do have some regrets. Song Qingshu sighed. Thinking of those women who loved him deeply, thinking of their unfulfilled ambitions, unexpectedly following Kangxi's footsteps and ushering in the fall at the most glorious time of their lives, he could not help but smile bitterly. It was really the cycle of heaven and retribution. Considering that you did not make things difficult for me just now, if you beg me, I will let you live for the time being. Zhou Zhirua's heart was cold. She had absolutely no intention of letting Kangxi go, whether it was from the Han's point of view or from the point of view of avenging Song Qingshu. Zhou Zhirua only wanted to see Kangxi's ugly appearance before his death, kneeling down and begging for mercy, and then she would kill him, so that he would die in vain, so that she could avenge the enmity of Song Qingshu's broken bones and scattered ashes. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He revealed a trace of a mocking smile and said with a double meaning, "Even if I beg everyone in the world, I will not beg you." Although Zhou Zhirua was a bit strange about the meaning of his words, she did not think too much about it. She was worried that things would change as time passed, so she decided not to delay any more time. A snow-white lotus arm stretched out from the quilt. It was perfect and flawless, but it was the incomparably ruthless 9-yin white bone claw. It's exposed again. Song Qingshu's expression was indifferent. Instead, he stared at Zhou Zhirua's chest. Courting death. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Zhirua flew into a rage. I will first dig out your pair of thieving eyes. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold as he looked at the two fingers stabbing at him. He immediately closed his eyes and quickly said, "Since I treated you well just now, give me a quick death." It was one thing for Song Qingshu to see through life and death, but to have his eyeballs gouged out before he died. He shuddered at the thought of it. I thought you were some great hero, but you're still begging me. Zhou Zhirua suddenly changed her mind when her fingertips were about to pierce his eyes. She turned her fingers into claws and grabbed his throat. All right, I'm begging you. Give me a quick death. Song Qingshu's expression was calm. He had been using his inner qi to quietly break through the sealed acupoint. Unfortunately, Zhou Zhirua had been cultivating the 9-yin manual in the Amei faction. Her inner qi was no longer as impure as before. She had sealed all the major acupoints in her body. It would take a long time to break through them. Since that was the case, he might as well face death calmly. Looking back on the few short years of his rebirth, it seemed to be quite exciting. He had even been an emperor. Dying here didn't seem to be an untimely death. Zhou Zhirua hesitated for a moment. In the end, she was still somewhat grateful for his courteous treatment. She nodded and said, "All right." She tightened her fingers and grabbed his throat. Whoosh! Zhou Zhirua suddenly felt a numbness on the back of her hand. She took a closer look and saw a gleaming silver needle. Before she could react, a white shadow broke through the window and appeared on the bed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhirua raised her palm to block the attack. Unfortunately, her other hand was holding onto the blanket, so she could only use one hand to block the attack. In addition, the opponent's martial arts were extremely high. After a few moves, Zhou Zhirua's acupoints were sealed. Tisk, tsk, tsk. If I hadn't come over out of curiosity, would you have died in the hands of this little girl? Dongfang Muxue looked at Song Qinshu with a face full of disdain. Humans make mistakes, horses stumble. I was careless. Song Qinshu said embarrassedly. It's you. Zhou Zhirua finally recognized the face of the person. It was the woman who had fought alongside Kangxi. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Suddenly, she realized something. Because her acupoints were sealed, Zhou Zhirua no longer had the strength to hold onto the blanket. As the blanket slowly slid down, her exquisite body was gradually exposed to the air. This Miss Zhou is indeed pitiful. Dongfang Muxue reached out and touched her body. She sniffed the lingering fragrance on her fingers and revealed an intoxicated expression. You! Zhou Zhirua was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Hey! Don't take advantage of her. Even Song Qinshu couldn't stand it anymore. If this Dongfang Muxue was placed in the future, would she be a lesbian? Why? Can't bear to? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Humph. Song Qinshu didn't know how to answer and could only snort in annoyance. What's the relationship between the two of you? Seeing that the only man in the room wasn't looking at her, Zhou Zhirua felt a little better. Me! Dongfang Muxue sat in Song Qinshu's arms and hooked her arms around his neck. She smiled sweetly. I'm his good friend. Seeing how intimate the two of them were, how could Zhou Zhirua not understand their relationship? However, there was one thing she couldn't figure out. Then why did you fight to the death with him earlier? That's because this brat teased me. Dongfang Muxue thought about how worried she was before and pinched Song Qinshu in annoyance. Ouch, that hurts. Song Qinshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Why don't you help me unseal my acupoints first? What fun is there to have with your acupoints unsealed? Dongfang Muxue shook her head slowly and smiled ambiguously. Fun? Song Qinshu suddenly had an ominous feeling. Miss Zhou, were you planning to kill him just now? Dongfang Muxue's beautiful eyes quietly sized up Zhou Zhirua's elegant face. Of course. Zhou Zhirua felt a little creeped out by her stare, but she couldn't be bothered to lie. If you really kill him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Dongfang Muxue sighed faintly. How is that possible? Zhou Zhirua curled her lips in disdain. Is that so? Dongfang Muxue's finger gently stroked Song Qinshu's face. Suddenly, she pulled it off and revealed his original appearance. Look at who he is. How could it be you? Zhou Zhirua stared blankly at Song Qinshu. She was extremely shocked. What are you trying to do? Song Qinshu's face was as dark as still water. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to settle things with Zhou Zhirua. After Dongfang Muxue's actions, wouldn't it be even more difficult to resolve the enmity between the two of them? As a bystander, I'm really anxious to see you two husband and wife. Today I'll lend you a hand. Dongfang Muxue gently blew into Song Qinshu's ear and chuckled. Seeing Song Qinshu looking at her with a strange expression, Dongfang Muxue blushed slightly. What are you looking at? I suddenly feel like you're a little more feminine. I've always been a woman. Dongfang Muxue frowned and said in a bad mood. Hey, what are your hands doing? Helping you take off your clothes. I know you're taking off your clothes. I'm asking you what you're planning to do by taking off my clothes. Song Qinshu only felt black lines on his forehead. I'm letting you off easy. Dongfang Muxue smiled sweetly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Very soon, a vivid scene appeared in his mind, and his face immediately turned red. However, he quickly remembered that Zhou Zhiruo was still here. Wasn't Dongfang Muxue a little too daring to do such a thing in front of her? Before Zhou Zhiruo could recover from the shock, she realized that Dongfang Muxue had also stripped Song Qinshu naked and stuffed him into her bed. She couldn't help but stare at Dongfang Muxue with embarrassment and anger. What are you trying to do? You two are husband and wife. As the saying goes, when you fight at the head of the bed, you make peace at the end. No matter how big the matter is, you just have to sleep it off. Dongfang Muxue pulled the blanket over the two of them. At the same time, she purposely pressed Song Qinshu against Zhou Zhiruo as if she was playing a prank. Song Qinshu finally realized that he had misunderstood and looked at Dongfang Muxue with annoyance. You're more of a hindrance than a help. I'm going to die because of you. Is that so? You'll definitely be grateful to me tomorrow. The corner of Dongfang Muxue's mouth curled up. With a wave of her long sleeve, the candles in the room were all extinguished. Every moment is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Leaving behind a series of complacent laughter, she disappeared out the door. The room was plunged into darkness, and only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Song Qinshu sniffed the fragrance in the blanket and felt a little awkward. Zhiruo, this is really an accident. I don't want to treat you like this again. The two of them were intertwined by Dongfang Muxue. Zhou Zhiruo could clearly feel the hot breath coming from her skin. It was inevitable that her breathing became uneven. Aren't you dead? The one who died was actually Kangxi. Song Qinshu sighed and then told her the whole story from beginning to end. As Song Qinshu spoke tirelessly, Zhou Zhiruo could feel his hot breath on her face. Thinking about how the two of them were facing each other, she couldn't help but feel angry and shy. Although her mind wandered from time to time, Zhou Zhiruo still roughly understood the situation. She only felt that it was unbelievable. Soon, she recalled what Song Qinshu had said to her while pretending to be Kangxi. Zhou Zhiruo snorted in annoyance. Some people really have the cheek to boast about themselves just now. Song Qinshu's expression was rather awkward. Fortunately, it couldn't be seen in the darkness. He sighed. You hate me so much. If I say that, we can make a clean break between us. It's good for both of us. Hearing his words, Zhou Zhiruo fell into silence. How do you know that I still hate you? Zhou Zhiruo said softly. What? Song Qinshu was stunned. His thoughts were complicated and he didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. Zhou Zhiruo's voice quickly calmed down. What do we do now? After this period of time, Song Qinshu had actually opened his acupuncture point. He just hugged Zhou Zhiruo's fragrant and smooth body. For a moment, he was reluctant to let go. My acupuncture point has been opened. Zhou Zhiruo's voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. Song Qinshu was stunned. He could only admit it. Me too. The two of them still maintained their previous position. They didn't move. The only difference was that Song Qinshu could feel Zhou Zhiruo's body becoming softer and softer. Then I'll go. Zhou Zhiruo felt that it was too embarrassing to stay like this. She struggled to sit up. No. If he let her go like this, Song Qinshu would really be an idiot. He grabbed her wrist and pulled Zhou Zhiruo back into his arms. Your martial arts are better than mine, Zhou Zhiruo said with pursed lips. Song Qinshu didn't understand why she suddenly said this. Soon, Zhou Zhiruo continued to mutter, This time, you forced me. Fine, fine, fine. I forced you. Seeing her deceiving herself like this, Song Qinshu was both angry and amused. With a slight twist of his waist, he pressed her under his body. Zhou Zhiruo let out a tender snort, and her pair of jade arms very naturally wrapped around his back. Chapter 302. Although he had already had intimate contact with her, the previous 2 times, Zhou Zhiruo had either been forced or had been half-hearted. Song Qingshu had not expected that Zhou Zhiruo would be so cooperative this time. She cooperated in responding to his kiss, parting her legs, and gently lifting her waist. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and fought until the sky began to brighten. Only then did he hug Zhou Zhiruo's jade-like body and fall into a deep sleep. When Song Qingshu slowly woke up, he instinctively reached for his side and was shocked to find that there was nothing there. When he woke up with a start, he found that the beauty had already disappeared, leaving after doing it every time. Even friends with benefits are not so straightforward. Song Qingshu helplessly pinched between his brows. When he got up, he suddenly saw a jade hairpin nailed to the bed with a note on it. "I'm going back to Ameame. I need some quiet." Looking at the elegant handwriting, Song Qingshu's lips curled up and he smiled with some pride. At the same time, he carefully put the jade hairpin and note into his robes. I forgot about Yu." Suddenly, Song Qingshu slapped his forehead. He remembered that Xia Qingqing was still sleeping in the next room and had probably been worried the whole night. He felt extremely guilty and hurriedly ran over. "Oh, you're willing to leave the land of gentleness?" When Song Qingshu pushed open the door and entered, he found that Dongfang Muxue was also in the room. She looked at him with disdain and her tone was full of sarcasm. Why are you here?" Song Qingshu stilled and looked around. He saw Xia Qingqing dressed neatly and sitting across from Dongfang Muxue. She was looking at him with bewilderment. "Why are you still wearing that ghost mask?" Dongfang Muxue's brows furrowed, and she looked at Song Qingshu with an unfriendly gaze. "Isn't it because I'm worried that the people in the palace will see?" Song Qingshu was preparing to pull off the mask when he suddenly hesitantly pointed at Xia Qingqing. "Have you already told her?" He was worried that if he suddenly pulled off the mask, Xia Qingqing would not be able to withstand the shock. Great sorrow and great joy were both harmful to the body. "Big brother Song, is it really you?" Xia Qingqing just stared at him like that, her eyes seeming to have crystal-clear tears about to drip out. Song Qingshu took off his mask and looked at her pitifully. "Yu, it's me. Brother Song." Xia Qingqing threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. She muttered to herself, "I thought I would never see you again. Do you know how much I hated myself when I heard the news of your death? I know that if I had not been determined to get revenge, Kangxi would not have made me Ping Fei, and you would not have so rashly tried to assassinate him." Seeing that Xia Qingqing had misunderstood, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not explain. He gently patted her back and gently said, "I promised you before that I would definitely help you get revenge. You should believe me now, right?" I believe you. Xia Qingqing's tears could not stop falling and she hugged him even tighter. At the side, Dongfang Muxue saw such a mushy scene and could not help but shiver. She hurriedly poured a cup of tea for them to drink. "Big brother Song, I want you to promise me one last thing." Xia Qingqing raised her head and looked tearfully at Song Qingshu. "What is it?" "If I can do it, I will definitely promise you." Although he could vaguely feel that Xia Qingqing had a good impression of him before, because she had wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge for Yuan Qingji, Song Qingshu could not be sure whether she had feelings for him or not. Only now did he completely feel that her heart had completely belonged to him. "You killed the culprit Kangxi for me. It can be considered avenged, big brother Yuan. I am already very satisfied. I don't need you to kill Dongfang Bubi anymore. You must promise me." Xia Qingqing looked at Song Qingshu anxiously as if she was afraid that he would not agree. Dongfang Muxue could not help but spit out the tea in her mouth. She stared at Song Qingshu with a strange expression. Song Qingshu looked away guiltily and looked at Xia Qingqing curiously. "Why? Dongfang Bubi's martial arts are so high. I don't want you to take any more risks." Xia Qingqing bit her lower lip and looked at him with a burning gaze. Are you really willing? Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. Xia Qingqing pressed her face tightly against Song Qingshu's chest. I have already lost Big Brother Yuan. I don't want to lose you as well. When I found out that you failed to assassinate Kangxi and died, I prayed more than 1,000,000 times that if I could go back in time, I would definitely give up on revenge. I only hope that I can travel the world with you and spend the rest of my life with you. Song Qingshu's heart ached when he heard this. He did not know how much pressure she had been under during this period of time. He hurriedly reached out and hugged her again. Since the heavens have given me another chance, I naturally will not miss it again. When Xia Qingqing finished saying all this, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She had given up on revenge and regained love. It was indeed a wonderful feeling. Okay, I promise you. Song Qingshu breathed in the fragrance of her hair and said in a low voice. What a joke. Dongfang Bubi was standing in front of him. It was best that Xia Qingqing gave up on revenge herself. Otherwise, he would have a headache on how to resolve the hatred between the two women in the future. Cough cough. Dongfang Muxue did not expect that she would be involved. She glared at Song Qingshu and said, Little girl, are you going to offer yourself to sleep with me just like that? Xia Qingqing was once a clever and eccentric girl. She slowly calmed down and did not get angry when she heard Dongfang Mushue's teasing. Instead, she raised her chin and said unhappily, I am willing. But don't you know that he already has a wife? Moreover, he is the head of the Amei faction. The reason why he came so late just now was probably because he was lost in Miss Zhou's gentle embrace. Looking at the two of them hugging each other intimately, Dongfang Muxue did not know what she was thinking and exposed everything. As expected, Xia Qingqing smelled the fragrance of another woman on Song Qingshu's body. She could not help but feel a little jealous. However, she had always been wary of her identity as a widow and had never thought of becoming Song Qingshu's wife openly. After thinking through all this, Xia Qingqing wrapped her arms around his neck and said with a faint smile, So what if he has a wife? I am willing to be his lover, as long as he does not despise me. She looked at Song Qingshu affectionately in the end. I really regret coming to save you. Dongfang Muxue was speechless and could not help but snort. Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes and a trace of slyness flashed across her eyes. Previously, the three of us worked together to attack Kangxi. One is Big Brother Song's real wife, and the other is his lover. Then what are you? Dongfang Muxue blushed and snorted. Just friends. Friends. Xia Qingqing smiled ambiguously. Confidant, I guess. Big Brother Song has always been very popular with women. Hearing the two women arguing with each other, Song Qingshu finally could not take it anymore. He was worried that Xia Qingqing would be angered by Dongfang Muxue, and that Dongfang Muxue would directly reveal her identity as Dongfang Bubi. It was one thing for Xia Qingqing to give up on revenge, but it was another thing for the enemy who killed her husband to be standing in front of her. Song Qingshu was enjoying Xia Qingqing's current appearance, which was as docile as a cat. Naturally, he didn't want any accidents to happen to her and cause her to lose everything. All right, since we are all on the same side, let's discuss what to do in the palace from now on. Who is on the same side as you? Dongfang Muxue spat in disdain. This woman is so fierce. Who is she? Xia Qingqing looked at Dongfang Muxue with dissatisfaction. However, she suddenly realized that she had always been like this and could not help but smile. She can be considered as my partner, Miss Xue. Song Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and kept winking at Dongfang Muxue, afraid that she would brag and introduce herself as the undefeatable one. Dongfang Muxue naturally knew that Xia Qingqing was the widow of Yuan Qingji, whom she had killed. She hesitated for a while and also did not want to cause trouble, so she silently agreed to Song Qingshu's way of addressing her. Don't we need to invite Big Sister Zhou over to discuss? Thinking of how Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhiruo were intimate in the room, Xia Qingqing could not help but feel a little jealous. However, Song Qingshu was Song Qingshu's official wife. Thinking of her relationship with Song Qingshu, she felt a little uneasy. She has already returned to Mount Amei. Song Qingshu sighed. I see. For some reason, Xia Qingqing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Tisk, tsk, tsk. A cooked duck can fly now. You are really stupid. Dongfang Muxue said disdainfully. Song Qingshu did not understand why Dongfang Muxue would play matchmaker for him and Zhou Zhiru. He looked at her strangely but did not refute. Let's discuss what we should do in the future. Xia Qingqing wanted to help Song Qingshu out. Song Qingshu looked at her gratefully. He did not expect Xia Qingqing to be so considerate when she was gentle. What else can we do? Wasn't your big brother Song very free and unfettered in the imperial palace? When I found him, he was holding Empress Tong's head and helping him like that. Although Dongfang Muxue had played around with women in the Sun Moon sect, she was a woman after all. The scene when she saw Song Qingshu still shocked her greatly. Only then did Xia Qingqing realize that she had purposely asked little eunuchs and palace maids for information about Kangxi and planned to take revenge. Naturally, she knew that Kangxi had been enjoying himself at Empress Tong's place and spoiling only one person, which had caused a lot of complaints in the harem. Yes, go find Empress Tong yourself. Xia Qingqing was also a little angry. I was blinded by greed. Please let me go. Song Qingshu was very distressed and quickly begged for mercy. What about Lady Hui Fei Ma, who came back with us from Xingjing? Xia Qingqing said with a strange expression when she thought of that pitiful young married woman. How would I dare to touch her? Su Jing, Fu Kangan, Hong Li, and even someone as strong as Kangxi, none of the men who touched her had a good ending. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You bastard! She is clearly so pitiful, and you still say that about her. Xia Qingqing suddenly scolded. The strong have strong luck. What is there to be afraid of about a mere woman? I'll go kidnap her tonight and let you take advantage of her. I want to see what can happen to you with my help. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. A disdainful aura of the former cult master of the devil sect spread out. Let's not talk about this now. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. How can we not talk about this? You can't escape the matter of having concubines to serve you in the imperial palace. Other than Empress Tong, there is also Empress Tong. Among the imperial concubines, there are Lady Guorjia, Lady Nuhualu, Lady Zhangjia, Lady Mi, Lady Yi. All of them are beauties. What are you going to do then? Xia Qingqing pouted and waited for Song Qingshu's answer. Chapter 303. Previously, due to his inner demons, Song Qingshu had thought of continuing to pretend to be Kangxi and continue being the emperor. When he returned to the imperial harem, he could try out the taste of these imperial concubines. However, after Zhou Zhiruo, Dongfang Muxue, and Xia Qingqing appeared together, Song Qingshu subconsciously threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. It was a strange mentality. It was as if he was fooling around with his lover and was found out by his wife. The shame brought by the moral system of the future had unintentionally dispelled Song Qingshu's inner demons, allowing him to calmly think about the current situation. Is it great to be the emperor? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a smile. It's all right. Song Qingshu immediately felt too murderous intense and quickly changed his words. It's just SOSO. There are a lot of rules and it's not as free as before. In that case, it's fine not to be the emperor. Brother Song, let's travel around the world. Xia Qingqing shook his hand excitedly. Seeing Song Qingshu's awkward expression, Dongfang Muxue chuckled. Miss Xia, your brother Song spent so much effort to replace Kangxi. He hasn't had time to enjoy the fruits of victory, and you want him to give it up. Of course, he's unwilling. He hasn't enjoyed it yet. I heard that little Tong couldn't get out of bed because of him. Xia Qingqing was angry and anxious. Are you that powerful? Dongfang Muxue glanced at a certain part of Song Qingshu suspiciously. Song Qingshu blushed under her gaze and couldn't help but complain, it's not that exaggerated. Which dog of a slave is gossiping behind my back? I won't forgive her if I find out. Don't act like an emperor in front of us. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips in disdain. It's become a habit during this period. Song Qingshu scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Song, are you going to stay in the Forbidden City like this forever? Xia Qingqing looked at him calmly. Big Brother Song, have you ever thought that this way, no matter how happy you are as the emperor, in the eyes of the world, it will only be Kangxi who is happy? What Song Qingshu will soon be forgotten, and then you really will die. Of course, if Brother Song decides to stay in the Forbidden City, I'm willing to stay in the palace with you as concubine Ping. Ever since she expressed her love for Song Qingshu, Xia Qingqing realized that many of the things she used to feel embarrassed about were no longer so difficult to say. Song Qingshu was so touched that he held her little hand tightly. He was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tisk, Dongfang Muxue looked as if she couldn't take it anymore. Song Qingshu, I think it's a good idea for you to continue being the emperor. You'll be able to fulfill many of your dreams and ambitions. Now, besides the Mongolians, the Manchurian Qing is the most powerful in the world. It's a pity to give it up like this. Song Qingshu had also thought that if he continued to pretend to be Kangxi, his real identity would be doomed. However, the temptation of power was too great. Every time he thought of this problem, he would quickly divert his attention and hide this headache in the depths of his mind. This time, after Xia Qingqing exposed him, Song Qingshu finally had to face this problem. Coupled with the disappearance of his inner demons, he quickly realized what Kangxi's last words were. Before his death, Kangxi didn't think about revenge, nor did he beg Song Qingshu to treat his children well. He only asked him to be a good emperor. At that time, Song Qingshu couldn't understand it, but now he understood Kangxi's farsightedness. He was sure that he couldn't resist the temptation of being the emperor. Once he was addicted to it, he could only appear in the world with his identity. In this way, Kangxi would be dead, but he would be alive. Song Qingshu would be alive, but he would be dead. After all, thousands of years later, the history books would only record Kangxi's deeds. As for Song Qingshu, the history books would only record that he conspired to assassinate the emperor, and in the end, he was turned into ashes. After Song Qingshu impersonated him, Kangxi didn't care whether he would treat his children well or mess up the imperial concubines in the harem. Kangxi wasn't afraid that Song Qingshu would see through his intentions. After all, this was an open and above-board plot. The key was whether Song Qingshu could resist the temptation of the throne. Although Song Qingshu had a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he still felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't try to compete with Kangxi in schemes, but chose to use force instead. That was why he was the final winner. Who said I was going to give up? Song Qingshu thought for a long time and finally let out a long sigh. Hearing his words, Dongfang Muxue's eyes lit up, but Xia Qingqing's expression darkened. However, when she thought that she would be by his side no matter what, she didn't feel so sad anymore. I want to be the emperor, and I want to be Song Qingshu too. Song Qingshu's eyes seemed to emit a glimmer of light. Xia Qingqing was startled, but Dongfang Muxue frowned and said, "There is always a loss when there is gain. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds. That's just a senseless excuse used by fools who can't think of a solution." Song Qingshu said faintly, "I naturally can't do it alone, but with your help, there's a chance for things to turn around. Tell me about it." Dongfang Muxue seemed to be deep in thought, as if she could vaguely guess what he was thinking. "Dong. Lady Ah Shui, are you interested in becoming the emperor?" Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Muxue with a smile. Dongfang Muxue was startled, but she quickly reacted and smiled. Of course, I've tried everything in my life, but I've never tried being the emperor. I'm sure it'll be fun. You've tried everything. Song Qingshu was stunned, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Song Qingshu's strange expression, Dongfang Muxue was startled for a while, but she quickly reacted. You bastard, what are you thinking in that head of yours? You're the one who said it with ambiguity, Song Qingshu mumbled. What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Xia Qingqing interrupted the conversation between the two gloomily. I'm talking about letting Lady Shui disguise herself as Kangxi. That way I can free myself to complete my career. Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic. Why can't I disguise myself as Kangxi? Back in the day, I disguised myself as a man, and my ability to mingle in the pugilistic world was superb. Although Xia Qingqing had tried to change herself, the fact that she was easily jealous was not something that could be easily changed. You have more important things to do. Song Qingshu looked at her lovingly. Xia Qingqing regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She was no longer the little girl from back then. After going through so much hardship, she finally got to be with Song Qingshu. Why should she be a villain and make him hate her? Seeing that Song Qingshu had no intention of blaming her, Xia Qingqing's heart warmed. She quickly asked, "What's more important?" "Accompany me." Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. "Ah." Xia Qingqing blushed and lowered her head. "Okay." In her opinion, staying by Song Qingshu's side was much more interesting than being an emperor. Seeing Xia Qingqing's bashful and charming appearance, Song Qingshu could not help but be stunned. He then said, "Accompany me to Shandong. The Golden Snake Camp has been divided for a long time. It's time to regroup." The Golden Snake Camp. Hearing him mention this name, Xia Qingqing's heart ached, and her expression became gloomy. Song Qingshu then remembered her difficulties and could not help but hesitate. "Sorry, I almost forgot that this is Yuan." Xia Qingqing gently pressed her finger on his lips and shook her head slightly. "The past is the past. Don't mention him." Dongfang Muxue suddenly laughed strangely. "Good job, Song Qingshu. Not only did you trick Yuan Qingji's widow into your hands, but now you are also preparing to receive his inheritance. You are really amazing." Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. He was about to explain when Xia Qingqing interrupted. "Humph, as long as I love Brother Song, I am willing. As for the Golden Snake Camp, Brother Yuan's greatest wish in life is to overthrow the Manchurian Qing. He probably does not want to see the Golden Snake Camp become a pile of loose sand. Brother Song killed the Manchurian Emperor. Brother Yuan's spirit in heaven will definitely be happy to see Brother Song reorganize the Golden Snake Camp. A woman who has a change of heart is really scary." Dongfang Muxue deliberately exaggerated. "Not only are you in a hurry to give yourself to another man, but you are also in a hurry to give your husband's inheritance to him." Xia Qingqing's pink face alternated between red and white from her words. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Miss Shui, why do you have to be so confrontational and make things difficult for me? I only hope that Brother Song does not despise me. I do not ask for any status, so naturally, I cannot threaten your position. Speaking of which, the person you should really deal with is that sect leader Zhou of the Amei faction." Dongfang Muxue did not expect to get herself into trouble. Hearing her words, she immediately panicked. "Do you think I am fighting with you for your affection? What a joke. What ability does Song Qingshu have for me to fight with his woman? This is really infuriating." Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. "Miss Shui, you may not be able to see your own heart clearly. Back then, I was also like this. Miss Shui will naturally understand in the future." "Ladies, stop. My head is about to explode." Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more ridiculous, Song Qingshu took a deep breath and hurriedly interrupted the two women. Let's discuss our future strategy. Dongfang Muxue was annoyed by Xia Qingqing's words and could only ask, just say it. What do you want to do with the Golden Snake Battalion? Currently, I am in the palace. It seems that I have all the best soldiers in the world, but in fact, all of this is a castle in the air. It is all built on the identity of Kangxi. Once exposed, I am nothing. Song Qingshu said in a low voice, that is why I plan to build my own team. With a territory and soldiers, I will have a place in this chaotic world. I can understand that you plan to build your own force with the Golden Snake Battalion as the foundation. But I am curious. Dongfang Muxue looked into his eyes quietly. To what extent do you want to develop this force? Overthrow the Manchurian regime and rebuild a Han nation to compete with the Mongols. Song Qingshu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a vague and inexplicable aura about him. Chapter 304. The Manchurian Qing has sufficient soldiers and rations. It won't be easy for you to overthrow them. Dongfang Muxue was not so optimistic and said with a frown, with my foundation, I can't do it directly. Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Muxue and smiled. But with you, the fake Kangxi, there's a chance to make the impossible possible. Dongfang Muxue showed a knowing smile. You have a good plan. As long as I, the Kangxi, keep making stupid moves, you can slowly grow. The Manchurian Qing court will gradually lose hope in the emperor, and the people's hearts will waver. Some forces might even lean towards you. With this, it's not impossible for you to replace the Manchurian Qing. Lady Xue is indeed the leader of a sect. Suddenly remembering that Xia Qingqing was still at the side, Song Qingshu quickly laughed and glossed over it. I can't hide anything from you. But is your disguise really so good that no one can see through it? Dongfang Muxue was very doubtful about this. I learned this skill from a little girl from the Murong clan of Gusu. It's very useful. I'll teach you carefully. There shouldn't be a problem. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and suddenly hesitated. But it'll be hard for you to fool the concubines in the harem. Song Qingshu's meaning was clear. Although he was also a fake, he was still a man. It was not impossible for him to fool the concubines. Dongfang Muxue was different. Not only was she the fake Kangxi, she was not even a man. It was naturally difficult. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you can make me look like Kangxi, I can solve the rest myself. Dongfang Muxue glared at him fiercely and soon showed a trace of fascination. There are rumors in the pugilistic world that the Murong clan of Gusu is well versed in all the martial arts in the world. It seems that the rumors are true. Even a little girl has such a divine skill. You're not planning on going to Swallow Dock to challenge them, are you? Song Qingshu turned pale with fright. I am indebted to young Master Murong. For my sake, you must be lenient. What kind of joke was this? Although Murong Fu could be considered a first-rate expert, if Dongfang Muxue really came looking for him, wouldn't it be a massacre? In the original work, Murong Fu may not have been very good at everything, but in this world, the fact that he was able to come up with the godly radiating art to heal his broken meridians was all thanks to Murong Fu. Don't worry. How could I give up such an interesting thing as disguising myself as Kangxi and go all the way to Gusu? A hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on Dongfang Muxue's face. What's more, according to the rumors in Jianghu, Murong Bo hasn't really died yet. I'm still heavily injured, so if I run into him, I'm afraid it won't be good. Hearing this, Song Qingshu finally nodded in relief. Because the sun was about to rise, Song Qingshu could not let Xia Qingqing's identity be exposed, so he had her return to the palace and continue playing her role as concubine Ping. Xia Qingqing knew that the current Kangxi was actually Song Qingshu, so she was naturally happy to play the role of concubine Ping. However, she was still a little reluctant when she left. After Xia Qingqing left, Dongfang Muxue teased, Miss Xia's appearance of letting you do whatever you want, so delicate and pitiful that even as a woman, I couldn't help but be moved. You're actually willing to let her go. The future is long, the palace has its own rules. It wouldn't be good if any flaws were revealed at this time. Song Qinshu finally had time to complain. Last night, why did you do that? I was originally planning to make a clean break with Zhou Zhiruo. Could it be that you didn't like the taste? Dongfang Muxue did not answer, but asked a question instead. It's really not bad. Song Qingshu's face heated up under her gaze and he muttered, it's just that I finally decided to sever the threads of love with the intellectual sword, but because of you, my heart is in chaos again. Sever the threads of love with the intellectual sword? Miss Zhou is like a secluded orchid in an empty valley, beautiful beyond compare. You're really willing. Dongfang Muxue gradually retracted her smile, and said seriously, I'm not so bored as to insist on being a matchmaker, but Miss Zhou is the sect master of the Amei sect, and her influence is very important in Sichuan. Since you intend to conquer the world, it's not wise to give up on her like this. A trace of displeasure appeared on Song Qingshu's face. A man conquering the world should naturally rely on his own ability. What's the use of a woman? Dongfang Muxue sneered. In the past, Emperor Guangwu was a heaven-sent genius in both literary and military strategies, which was not 100 times better than you. Didn't he still need to rely on the 100,000 troops behind Guoshengtong to have the capital to conquer the world? Those emperors who completely built up from scratch in the early stages cannot do without the support of women. LVG to Liu Bang, Lu Zhaojun to Gao Huan, Ma Xiuying to Zhu Yuanzhang. When did the later generations look down on them because of this? Song Qingshu was startled, and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for Miss Shue's guidance, I'm indeed too pedantic. Miss Shue? Dongfang Muxue's expression was unreadable. Are you planning to deceive that Madame Yuan for the rest of your life? In the future, when she finds out that I'm the one who killed Yuan Qingji, and that you have a close relationship with me, what do you think she will think? Sometimes not knowing the truth is better than knowing the truth, Song Qingshu sighed helplessly. I hope I can hide it from her for the rest of my life. In the end, I won't be able to hide it, Dongfang Muxue said softly, and the two gradually fell into silence. What's up with your disguise? Quickly show me. Seeing the effect of Song Qingshu impersonating Kangxi, Dongfang Muxue could not suppress her curiosity. This is not difficult. The key is your appearance, voice, and your own acting skills. In any case, he had sent a eunuch to inform them that there would be no court session today, so Song Qingshu had a lot of time, so he began to teach her carefully in the room. Those damn eunuchs keep glancing over here, how annoying. As Dongfang Muxue listened, she suddenly slammed the table, took out a few embroidery needles, and was about to shoot them out. Aya, my great-aunt! Song Qingshu rushed over and grabbed her hands. If you shoot them to death, this matter will definitely arouse suspicion. We are in a critical period now, we have to keep a low profile. Let go of your claws. Dongfang Muxue blushed. She did not really intend to shoot the needles, otherwise, even with her injuries, Song Qingshu would not be able to stop it so easily. Song Qingshu withdrew his hands in embarrassment, and in order to dispel the awkwardness, he could only change the topic. I don't know which palace sent those eunuchs to spy on me, but the news that I won't be attending morning court has probably spread throughout the palace, and with that bastard Dolong's exaggeration, I'm afraid many people think that I'm bullying the three of you, causing me to not even attend morning court. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, Dongfang Muxue said hatefully. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You saw it too. I think you should consider how to deal with this scheming harem in the future. Dongfang Muxue raised her head proudly. I'm better at this than you are. Why? Song Qingshu was startled. Have you forgotten that I am the leader of the Sun Moon sect? In the past, I had many concubines, and their competition for favor is probably no less than this palace, Dongfang Muxue said proudly. Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. What's there for them to compete for? You're not a man anyway, hee. Dongfang Muxue spat. You underestimate me too much. I naturally have the ability to satisfy those women and make them live a befuddled life. You might not even be as good as me. How on earth did you do it? Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Song Qingshu could not help but feel puzzled. He was really curious how a woman like Dongfang Muxue could make other women do that. Why should I tell you such private matters? Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes and said indifferently. If you don't tell me, I won't teach you the art of disguise. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and threatened. Fine, I won't teach you the art of disguise. You can rot in this palace for the rest of your life, and let the name Song Qingshu fade away with the wind. Dongfang Muxue was not moved at all. Instead, she reclined gracefully on the bed and supported her chin with her hand, her eyes half closed. Good sister, I was wrong, please give me some guidance. Seeing that the hard way was not working, Song Qingshu could only resort to the soft way. He muttered in his heart, in order to pursue the truth, I have to sacrifice my moral integrity for the sake of it. I'm afraid of you. Dongfang Muxue was annoyed by him and could only wave her hand. Come closer. Song Qingshu delightedly moved his ear closer and listened to Dongfang Muxue's detailed explanation. His expression was very interesting, that's it. Only women can understand the gentleness that a woman needs, unlike you guys who only know how to act rashly and think that women will enjoy it. Dongfang Muxue also felt that it was not appropriate to discuss such private matters with Song Qingshu, but at the same time, she felt a trace of unusual excitement. You've really opened up a whole new world. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in amazement, an expression of eagerness on his face. What, you can't wait to find a concubine to experiment on? Dongfang Muxue snorted, don't even think about it. Before I learn your art of disguise, you're not allowed to leave. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly when she saw through his thoughts. Oh right, you'll be pretending to be Kangxi from now on. You're so capable, right? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Dongfang Muxue's eyes lit up. Song Qingshu did not mind after all, they were both Kangxi's concubines. I don't care about anything else, but you can't touch Empress Xiao Tong. Why? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a teasing expression. No matter what, she's still my woman. Letting you play with her is really a little, Song Qingshu thought to himself, what is this? I'm actually afraid of a woman seducing me. No matter how capable I am, I'm just a woman, I won't really cause any harm to them. What are you afraid of? Dongfang Muxue said. Now I'm really starting to doubt whether you're really a woman. The more Song Qingshu spoke, the more chills he felt on his back, and the more he looked at Dongfang Muxue with a strange expression. Dongfang Muxue's willowy eyebrows were raised, but she quickly relaxed and revealed a faint smile. Why, do you want me to take off my clothes for you to check? Chapter 305. Huh! Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He knew that Dongfang Muxue was just teasing him, so he replied in a bad mood, yes. After saying that, he focused his mind and calmed himself, secretly on guard against any sudden attacks from Dongfang Muxue. However, Dongfang Muxue didn't move at all. Instead, she said seductively, I'm injured and my bones are weak. I don't feel like moving. Why don't you help me take it off? Song Qingshu looked at her with a strange expression. Are you alright? What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Dongfang Muxue opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. I can't beat you right now. What's there to be afraid of? Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and hesitated. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Seeing that Dongfang Muxue didn't seem to be on guard at all, Song Qingshu tried to reach his hand over. What's wrong? You don't dare to take it off? Noticing that Song Qingshu's fingers were still on her belt, Dongfang Muxue opened her eyes and looked at him mockingly. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and pulled her belt down. He really wanted to know if Dongfang Muxue was a woman. Otherwise, this question would be a thorn in his heart. Dongfang Muxue's body trembled, but she didn't stop him. Feeling the coldness on her chest, she rolled her eyes at Song Qingshu. Are you sure now? Not yet. Song Qingshu's throat moved up and down. Ladyboys have breasts too. Then continue checking. Dongfang Muxue let out a sweet nasal voice, which made Song Qingshu's body tremble. Are you seducing me? Song Qingshu felt his mouth go dry. What do you think? Dongfang Muxue looked at him seductively. Song Qingshu made up his mind and reached his hand into her clothes. He slowly slid it down. He could feel Dongfang Muxue's skin tense up at the first contact, and then slowly relax. After a while, Dongfang Muxue's legs tightened as she clamped onto Song Qingshu's hand tightly. She looked at Song Qingshu with a flushed face. Have you had enough? No. That warm and moist place allowed Song Qingshu to confirm that Dongfang Muxue was indeed a woman, and a woman like water at that. Dongfang Muxue tapped lightly on the ground with the tip of her foot and slid up a certain distance, escaping from Song Qingshu's clutches. She tidied up her messy dress and said with a red face, "That's all for today." Why? Seeing that Dongfang Muxue's attitude was clear, Song Qingshu could only quit while he was ahead. However, he was still puzzled as to why Dongfang Muxue would invite him to take advantage of her. If I don't do this, how can I dispel your doubts? Dongfang Muxue's expression gradually returned to normal. Being seen through by Dongfang Muxue, Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. In his plan, Xia Qingqing would stay in the Forbidden City and disguise herself as Kangxi, and he would go to Shandong alone. He didn't dare to trust anyone for such an important matter. After much thought, he felt that Xia Qingqing was the most trustworthy person. However, Dongfang Muxue suddenly appeared and knew his identity. Song Qingshu realized that he couldn't exclude her from the whole plan. Dongfang Muxue was more skilled in martial arts and more intelligent. Originally, it would be more reassuring for her to stay in the Forbidden City. However, there were always losses. She didn't have a close relationship with Song Qingshu. It was unknown whether she would cooperate with Song Qingshu in the future. Dongfang Muxue, who was used to scheming, quickly sensed Song Qingshu's concerns. She hesitated for a while, which led to what happened just now. Even if I don't get married in this lifetime, I'll still find a man. In this world, you're the only one who can catch my eye for the time being. Dongfang Muxue got down from the bed, and the redness on her face slowly faded. I'm very fascinated by your dream. Fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains with the heroes of the world, defeating the powerful Mongolia, and unifying the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Dongfang Muxue quickly changed the topic. However, compared to the heroes of the world, our forces are too weak. If we still have doubts about each other, I'm afraid it'll be a lifelong regret in the future. I understand. You want to conquer the world with me, so you have to make sure that we're very close. Seeing Dongfang Muxue's clear analysis of the benefits, Song Qingshu felt a tinge of disappointment. Dongfang Muxue hesitated for a while, but she didn't tell Song Qingshu in the end. When he brought her to touch the clouds in the sky, she made up her mind that this life belonged to him alone. After all, Dongfang Muxue was the leader of the top sect in the Central Plains. She wasn't a little girl who was full of fantasies in the boudoir. She had her own pride and could also distinguish between intelligence and feelings. Song Qingshu dispelled the messy thoughts in his mind and quickly recovered his smile. He reached out and wanted to hug her. If that's the case, don't you think we're not close enough? Dongfang Muxue spat and gracefully slipped away. Why are you in such a hurry? When I asked you to go to the Tantric Buddhism to learn the mandala dhyana, I knew that one day I would have to with you. I think you know that. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. You were injured by Feng Qingyang's innate sword qi in the Forbidden City, and Zhang Wuji's sneak attack on you at the Blackwood Cliff worsened your injuries. Under normal circumstances, it'll be hard for you to recover your strength without 10 years. I didn't let you use the mandala dhyana to heal me because you weren't strong enough. Now, Dongfang Muxue wanted to say something but stopped. Looking at your strength now, it's not a problem. Not only is it not a problem, I'm about to have an inner demon. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Inner demon? Dongfang Muxue was stunned. Only then did Song Qingshu tell her about the legend of the mandala dhyana. At the same time, he told her about how he suddenly lost control of himself and pushed Little Tong. With Dongfang Muxue's attainments in martial arts, she quickly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but smile. If there weren't any checks and balances, wouldn't all the men run off to cultivate this stupid cultivation technique? In the end, all the women in the world would be harmed. You're still in the mood to joke, Song Qingshu said gloomily. Exploding and dying makes my future life so boring. According to what you said, the more joyful genuine qi in your body, the more you can't control yourself. Once you're driven, being intimate with a woman will cause the joyful genuine qi in your body to increase, leading to a vicious cycle, right? Dongfang Muxue pursed her lips and smiled. That should be it. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He could clearly feel that his joyful genuine qi had become much stronger recently. At first, he thought that it was because of the 3,000 beauties in his harem that aroused some of his evil thoughts. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Dongfang Muxue comforted him. In my opinion, it's easy to solve this problem. What do you have in mind? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. With Dongfang Muxue's martial arts realm, she might really be able to solve this problem. When you feel that your genuine qi has reached a critical point, find a woman with serious internal injuries. After that, part of your genuine qi will be transferred to that woman. The greater the difference between your inner strength and hers, the more obvious the effect will be. As long as you always control your genuine qi at a safe threshold, there shouldn't be any risk. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. Song Qingshu was surprised. But there are so many talented people in the tantric sect. Why don't they use this method to suppress their inner demons? It's because they're too smart. Why would they be willing to sacrifice their own lives? Dongfang Muxue sneered. Martial artists view their own inner strength as important as their own lives. They've painstakingly cultivated their inner strength. Why would they be willing to let others take advantage of it? Only an anomaly like you wouldn't mind it at all. At the end of her sentence, Dongfang Muxue could not help but reveal a hint of admiration on her face. Song Qingshu was aware of his own situation. He came from a modern society, and was not like others who had been subtly influenced by the environment of the martial arts world. Naturally, he did not place much importance on martial art. Moreover, the inner strength he lost would be transferred to the woman he was intimate with, so he did not think much of it. If that's the case, let's heal. Song Qingshu suddenly moved to Dongfang Muxue's side and gently tugged on her sleeve. I told you, now's not the time. Dongfang Muxue snorted and quietly moved to the side. Why? Song Qingshu pretended to be in pain. I feel like the vital energy in my body is so swollen, and my meridians are about to split open. Dongfang Muxue rolled her eyes at him and said in annoyance, although I've lost a lot of strength, my eyesight is still there. Your pulse is stable and your breathing is light. There are no signs of inner demons. You've seen through me. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Why not now? Dongfang Muxue blushed at his question. After hesitating for a while, she could only say, I want you to be in your best condition when healing. Last night, you fought with Zhou Zhiruo for an entire night. Dongfang Muxue did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was self-evident. No matter how thick-skinned Song Qingshu was, he was choked by her words and could only stand there awkwardly. Why don't we continue with the disguise technique? After a moment of silence, Dongfang Muxue said in a low voice. Sure, sure. Song Qingshu nodded, as if he had been pardoned. For the next few days, Song Qingshu and Dongfang Muxue stayed in the room. One taught diligently, while the other studied diligently. After all, this plan did not allow for any mistake. If Dongfang Muxue did not pretend to be Kangxi, all their previous efforts would be for naught. When Dongfang Muxue finally succeeded in disguising as Kangxi, she was extremely excited. Looking back on her life, there were not many things worth being happy about, but this was definitely one of them. Even though she was happy, Dongfang Muxue was not satisfied with disguising as Kangxi. She began to try to disguise as other people, such as Zhou Zhiruo, Xia Qingqing, and even Song Qingshu. I've only just realized that you had bad intentions when you taught me so diligently. Dongfang Muxue suddenly took off her mask and stared at Song Qingshu with a strange expression. Chapter 306. What do you mean? Song Qingshu looked at her in confusion. Are you hoping that I can disguise myself as another woman for your pleasure after I learn the art of disguise? Dongfang Muxue bit her lips and revealed a charming smile. You're thinking too much. Song Qingshu felt his breath catch in his throat, but he was still a little excited when he imagined Dongfang Muxue cosplaying. Is that so? Dongfang Muxue moved her face closer to Song Qingshu and blew on his face. I was thinking that as long as you make me happy, I might reluctantly disguise myself as another woman, like the famous beauties Huang Rong or Xiao Long Nu. Don't you think that's exciting? Huang Rong and Xiao Long Nu? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. These two women were probably the two women with the most appearances in all of Jin Yang's doujinshi, especially the H ones. There were 365 different styles and 365 different positions. Song Qingshu mourned for them in his heart, but his face was solemn as he looked at Dongfang Muxue with disdain. You're too evil. They are the women that all martial artists dream of. Are you really not tempted? Dongfang Muxue looked at Song Qingshu in shock. Why would I look for a fake like you instead of their real bodies? Song Qingshu calmly picked up a cup of tea and slowly sipped on it. Yo, I thought you've changed your personality and became a Lu Xiaohui. Dongfang Muxue snatched the porcelain cup from Song Qingshu's hand and drank without hesitation. Those two women are not people that you can have just because you want them. But not only can I disguise myself as them, I can also satisfy any of your requests. I really lost to you. Why don't you disguise yourself for me? Song Qingshu knew that this was just Dongfang Muxue's way of seducing him. How could she let him off so easily? In your dreams, as expected, Dongfang Muxue elegantly turned around. If you really want to do that, you can find a more obedient woman and teach her the art of disguise. Anyway, I won't use it to satisfy your evil desires after I master it. What you said does make some sense. Song Qingshu rubbed his chin and nodded. Who should he look for? Xia Qingqing? Song Qingshu subconsciously rejected the idea. This vinegar jar. It was already her limit to be willing to be his lover. To ask her to disguise herself as another woman and him. Thinking of the most likely outcome, Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Shuang seemed to be the most obedient one. But although she looked gentle on the outside, she had her own principles and would definitely not agree to such a ridiculous request. Chu Fian was a good choice. Although she was young, she was very open-minded. Coupled with her indifferent moral values, she would probably clap her hands and cheer after hearing his suggestion. Noticing Song Qingshu's constantly changing expression, Dongfang Muxue felt a chill. Your head is full of disgusting thoughts. No matter how you play, I only have one request. What is it? Song Qingshu was puzzled. You can't let another woman disguise herself as me and do that to you. Otherwise, I will kill the two of you. Dongfang Muxue could imagine that sooner or later, Song Qingshu would ask that woman to disguise herself as him and serve him obediently. This was what Dongfang Muxue could not tolerate the most. Following her train of thought, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of such a great idea? But noticing Dongfang Mushue's cold expression, Song Qingshu nodded rationally and agreed. If I want you, I can find you directly. Why do I need to find someone else to disguise as you? Dongfang Mushue blushed but strangely did not refute. The room quickly fell into a tacit silence. Suddenly, a eunuch's shout came from outside the door. Concubine Ping requests an audience. Dongfang Mushue quickly recovered and smiled. She is quite worried about you being alone with me. Miss Shui, you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I'm here this time to discuss the serious matters of the Golden Snake Camp with Brother Song. I don't have the time to flirt with you. Xia Qingqing had just entered and happened to hear Dongfang Mushue's words. She could not help but retort. Oh, I would like to hear more about this so-called serious matter. Dongfang Mushue didn't mind Xia Qingqing's attitude. Instead, she sat down on a chair and refused to leave. Xia Qingqing didn't understand why she disliked Lady Shui so much. In truth, in her heart, she only wanted to spend the rest of her life with Song Qingshu. She didn't care if he had other women, but every time she saw Lady Shui, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of enmity. Brother Song, the Golden Snake Camp is now divided. No one is willing to submit to the other. If you want to subdue the Golden Snake Camp for your own use, I'm afraid it will not be easy. I wonder if Brother Song has any good ideas? Seeing that Dongfang Mushue had no intention of avoiding, Xia Qingqing did not say anything. After all, the three of them were in the same boat. Yu, if I use force to subdue the leaders of the various mountains, do you think they will listen to me? Song Qingshu asked. Xia Qingqing frowned. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head firmly. I'm afraid not. Although Brother Yuan did use his martial arts to gain the respect of the various mountains, more importantly, they went through thick and thin together. Basically, every leader has received Brother Yuan's kindness. That's why everyone elected him as their leader. Yu, I'm afraid you are embarrassed to say that I was once an enemy of the Golden Snake Camp. It would be strange if they accepted me. Song Qingshu smiled. Xia Qingqing smiled awkwardly. When she heard that Song Qingshu wanted to go back to Shandong with her to reorganize the Golden Snake Camp, she suddenly realized the difficulty after the excitement. What's so difficult about it? Just let those leaders owe Song Qingshu a big favor. As the leader of the number 1 sect in the Central Plains, Dongfang Mushue always hit the nail on the head. Easy for you to say. Xia Qingqing snorted disdainfully. It's not impossible. Song Qingshu smiled. He pointed at Dongfang Mushue and said, Yu, did you forget that we are not fighting alone? Now, even the Manchurian Emperor Daud is our teammate. What do you mean? Xia Qingqing's mind flashed, but she still felt that she could not grasp the key point. If the imperial court sent an army to encircle the Golden Snake Camp, how would the leaders of the mountains react? Song Qingshu revealed an enigmatic smile. Fear, it must be fear and despair. Xia Qingqing finally understood what Song Qingshu meant. The Golden Snake Camp is in a state of disunity. They kill each other and are no longer what they used to be. As long as the Manchurian Imperial Army approaches with the pressure of Mount Tai, they will definitely collectively despair. What if the Golden Snake Consort introduces a so-called savior at this time? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows proudly. He wanted to point at himself and say that he was the savior. With the Golden Snake Consort's recommendation, those people will more or less accept Song Qingshu. As long as he can lead them to defeat the powerful imperial army, Song Qingshu will probably imitate the hegemon king of Western Chu and become a god in one battle. Dongfang Mushue looked at Song Qingshu with some surprise, but a heartfelt appreciation rose in her heart. In the past, Song Qingshu was just an interesting young man in her heart. Later, he became a useful partner. It was not until the recent shocking events that Dongfang Mushua realized that Song Qingshu had grown into an ambitious person that even she could not see through. Hey, I don't like hearing this. The hegemon king of Western Chu did not end up well. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh when he thought of how Yuji had chosen to commit suicide in order not to be a burden to Xiangyu, and how Xiangyu had refused to cross the river east. Even if you want to be Xiangyu, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a woman who is willing to be Yuji. Dongfang Mushua glanced at Xia Qingqing with a faint smile. Xia Qingqing smiled indifferently. How could this woman understand the lifeless state she was in after she mistakenly thought that Song Qingshu was dead? She did not want to continue this topic, so she said, "Let's get down to business." According to Brother Song's plan, the number of troops sent by the imperial court is the key. If it's too few, it won't be a deterrent to the Golden Snake Battalion. If it's too many, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for Brother Song to lead a motley crew to turn the tables. Xia Qingqing was considerate of Song Qingshu in every aspect. At the end of her words, she could not help but frown. Of course, more. Song Qingshu said resolutely. Even if we can't make it to the extent of cutting off the flow with a flick of the whip, we should at least make it 70 to 80% charming. Song Qingshu knew that his reputation in the martial arts world could only be described as miserable. Previously, he had successfully cleared his name by assassinating Kangxi, but if he wanted to go one step further, he could only establish his image in the hearts of the world through an extremely glorious victory. But that's a little too risky, Xia Qingqing said worriedly, still trying to persuade Song Qingshu to play it safe. This game of chess seems dangerous, but the two sides are on the same side. The Golden Snake Battalion, who is severely lacking in information, can only be used as pawns. If we can lose in this way, then I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Miss Xia, don't worry about him. Since ancient times, I'm afraid there hasn't been a general like him who knows all the information about the enemy before the battle. This little fox will never do something he is not sure of. Dongfang Mushua, who was listening at the side, beamed with joy. She was amazed by Song Qingshu's plan, and could not stand Xia Qingqing's nagging. But there's a fatal flaw in this plan, Song Qingshu suddenly said in a deep voice. What is it? Dongfang Mushua and Xia Qingqing asked in unison. That is, this Miss Shui has unknowingly become one of the players. If I'm not careful, I will be consigned to eternal damnation by her. Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Mushua quietly. That's why you should curry favor with me and pray that I won't do anything bad to you. Dongfang Mushua yawned casually and looked back at him with a provocative look. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled. Miss Shui, do you still need treatment? It's not too long before I leave the capital. Chapter 307. Your journey to the south is fraught with danger. I'd better not waste your energy. Dongfang Mushua shook her head after a moment of silence. I see. Song Qingshu fell into deep thought and also fell silent. One of you is blushing and the other is pale. What kind of riddle are you talking about? Xia Qingqing could not help but ask. It's nothing. As soon as the two of them spoke, they saw each other say the same thing, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. At that moment, Song Qingshu felt that he understood Dongfang Mushua's concerns. She did not want to turn their relationship into a transaction, so she rejected his hint. Song Qingshu also realized that it was too naive to think that he could subdue Dongfang Mushua just by relying on physical intimacy. Now that he was facing that flawless and exquisite face, it was easy to overlook the fact that his master was actually the decisive Dongfang Bubi. If she really had other intentions, a simple membrane would not be enough to protect her. Moreover, with Dongfang Mushua's personality, that membrane might have been destroyed by her own hands a long time ago. All right, whenever Miss Shui needs treatment, just let me know. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. I'll do my best until my death. After understanding everything, Song Qingshu was no longer conflicted. Since Dongfang Muxue was willing to guide his hand to explore the deepest place, she had already made her stance clear. There was no need for him to push his luck. What nonsense are you talking about? Dongfang Muxue naturally knew what Song Qingshu was talking about and rolled her eyes at him. Although Xia Qingqing did not understand the secret language between the two, she quickly sensed the danger and urged Song Qingshu to leave for the south as soon as possible. Although Song Qingshu could not bear to part with the beautiful scenery in the palace, he knew that he would not be able to enjoy it as much as before with Dongfang Muxue and Xia Qingqing by his side. Moreover, he knew that business was more important. In the next few days, the three of them sped up their discussion. After thinking that they had considered all the details of the plan, Song Qingshu and Xia Qingqing embarked on their journey south to Shandong. Brother Song, who is that Lady Shui? Xia Qingqing had always been curious about the mysterious Dongfang Muxue. After leaving Yanjing City for a few days, she could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked. She is an extraordinary woman with great ambitions. Song Qingshu did not know how to introduce Dongfang Muxue. Was he supposed to tell Xia Qingqing that she was the one who killed her husband? So she has such a high status in Brother Song's heart. Xia Qingqing's tone was filled with jealousy. You are different between you and her. To me, she is more like a friend than a foe. To me, she is more like a friend than a friend. To me, she is more like a friend. Song Qingshu was not lying. So many things had happened between the two of them, and their relationship was no longer comparable to that of ordinary women. Big Brother Song, Xia Qingqing's heart was filled with sweetness. She looked at Song Qingshu with eyes full of adoration, and even her voice became a bit more mellow. Song Qingshu held Xia Qingqing's soft hand and pointed to a restaurant not far away. We have been on the road for a long time. Let's eat and rest at the inn in front. Xia Qingqing nodded sweetly. Sir, what would you like to eat? Our wine and dishes are the most famous within 100 miles. As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, the waiter greeted them attentively. With many years of experience, he could tell at a glance that the two of them were big customers. The man had an imposing appearance, while the woman was charming. Furthermore, the material of her clothes was exquisite. She must be very generous with her money. Song Qingshu did not disappoint him. After sitting down in a quiet place, he picked the most expensive and exquisite dishes and the best wine in the restaurant. It was not that Song Qingshu was putting on airs, but he was used to living in the palace. Anything he ordered would not be cheap. Not long after the two of them settled down, there was a sudden commotion at the door. A group of people entered in a line. In front were a few well-dressed warriors. Each of them had a bow on their back and a quiver at their waist. As soon as they entered, they stood guard at various vital points. A man in embroidered robes walked in while supporting a beautiful woman. The woman was over 30 years old, but there were no signs of aging. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was handsome. Although the man in embroidered robes was dressed as a man, his appearance was exceptionally handsome. His eyes were clear, and the skin of the hand supporting the woman was like white jade. Anyone could see that she was a woman dressed as a man. This person's cross-dressing skill needs to be improved. Xia Qingqing used to roam the world. For the sake of convenience, she often disguised as a man. Very few people could see through her disguise. Even the leader of the 5 poison sect, He Tai Shou, was lost under her handsome appearance. Thus, Xia Qingqing naturally looked down on the skills of this man in embroidered robes. She could not help but smile. She didn't deliberately hide the fact that she was a woman. Song Qingshu sighed, but in his heart, he was extremely surprised. Why was she here? Auntie, niece's heart aches when I see your depressed appearance all day long. This time, on this trip to Jiangnan, I begged the Great Khan to let Auntie come out to relax. Auntie won't blame me, right? The man in embroidered robes helped the beautiful woman to sit down at an elegant table by the window. A faint dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who on the grasslands doesn't know that Min Min is clever? Auntie doesn't believe that you really don't know about me. The beautiful woman snorted and looked at the green branches outside the window. She lightly sighed. Jiangnan is the place of Auntie's sorrow. I originally planned to spend the rest of my life alone in the desert and never set foot in the Central Plains. I didn't think that after just a dozen years, Auntie would break the vow of that day. Auntie, there are so many good men on the grasslands. Why do you need to wallow in a past relationship? I have heard of what happened in the past. The Great Khan's kindness to him is as heavy as a mountain. He even betrothed Auntie to him, who knew that as soon as he entered the Central Plains, he would fall in love with someone else. He even hid the engagement and ran to Peach Blossom Island to seek marriage. He really is a heartless and fickle person. It's a shame that the Song people still think of him as a great hero. Humph. The man in embroidered robes felt sorry for this poor auntie. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The beautiful woman gently shook her head and stopped the man in embroidered robes from continuing. He was originally a Song person. For the Song court, it's understandable that he went against the Great Khan. What's more, Auntie was confused and indirectly caused the death of his mother. Speaking of it, it's me who has wronged him more. This matter had happened almost 20 years ago, but her heart still ached when she mentioned it. Seeing the distress between Auntie's brows, the man in embroidered robes angrily said, "It's true that he is a Song person, but the Mongols took him and his mother in when they had nowhere else to go. They painstakingly raised him for more than a dozen years. As the saying goes, the kindness of giving birth is not as great as the kindness of raising. But he helped the Song people to deal with the Mongols. He really is cruel and unscrupulous." The man in embroidered robes would not have lost his composure like this, but his auntie's relationship with Auntie had evoked a grudge in her heart, and she could not help but be agitated. I don't understand the national righteousness, but since he made this choice, he must have his own reasons. The beautiful woman's expression darkened. What happened afterwards was only because we each had our own masters. Min Min, you should have experienced this deeply. The man in embroidered robes smiled bitterly. We both fell in love with a Han person. Unfortunately, they are like fire and water with our Mongol Empire. The beautiful woman gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her, and her expression could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. With Song Qingshu's current strength, even though the two women spoke in low voices, he could still hear them clearly. He could not help but understand that the man in embroidered robes was naturally Zhao Min, and the slightly older woman should be the Princess Huajing, who was engaged to Guojing. When he had just transmigrated to this world and met Zhao Min once at Mount Shaoshi, Song Qingshu looked at the proud woman who used to be as bright as a rose, but now had a trace of haggardness between her eyebrows. Song Qingshu could not help but recall the events of the past, and his eyes could not help but become somewhat dazed. "Brother Song, what's wrong?" Xia Qingqing looked at him strangely. "Could it be that you know them?" "I've met them once, but I can't say that I know them." Song Qingshu shook his head, and thought of a time when he had planned to conquer Zhao Min to take revenge on Zhang Wuji, and could not help but laugh involuntarily. "I wonder what they are planning to do when they come south to the Central Plains this time." Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. "State advisor, you have fought with Guojing many times. In your opinion, is Guojing a true gentleman or a hypocrite?" Zhao Min suddenly turned around and asked a foreign monk in a yellow robe beside her. Hearing Zhao Min's respectful tone, Song Qingshu could not help but look over curiously. He saw that the foreign monk's body was as tall as a bamboo pole, but also extremely thin. His forehead was slightly sunken, making him look like a plate, and his elbow was holding a wheel-shaped weapon. Song Qingshu was shocked. Could it be Jinlun Fawang? Isn't he the strongest fighter under Kublai? Why is he with the daughter of the Prince of Ryong, Zhao Min? It was no wonder that Song Qingshu was suspicious. Temujin was already very old, and the successor to the Khan had not been decided yet. All the kings were restless. The most powerful kings were Kublai, who governed the central plains, Zulwu, who conquered the west, Ali Buj, who guarded the central plains, and Chahan the Prince of Ryong, who governed the western regions. Chahan had always maintained a neutral attitude when it came to the competition between the kings. Now that Kublai's people were with Zhao Min, Song Qingshu could not help but suspect that Chahan had secretly formed an alliance with Kublai. In actuality, Song Qingshu was overthinking things. Jinlun Fawang's purpose in coming here was to protect Huajing, not Zhao Min. Although Temujin had many sons, he only had 4: Joki, Shagatai, Kuowatai, and Thor. When the Mongols conquered the world, they all died in battle, and their descendants also suffered heavy losses. Currently, Thor's family is the most powerful. Kublai, Zulwu, Ali Buj, and the other most powerful kings are all Thor's sons. Huajing was Temujin's only surviving daughter, and she had always had the best relationship with Thor. Her status was very high. When he found out that she was going south to the Central Plains, Kublai immediately sent the strongest fighter under his command, Jinlun Fawang, to protect her. As for whether or not he was trying to curry favor with his aunt, no one knew. Princess Zhao Min, Guojing is indeed a gentleman. Hearing Zhao Min's question, Jinlun Fawang hesitated for a moment before finally replying. If even his enemy, the state preceptor, gives such an evaluation, then he must not be too bad. This person is proficient in the art of war, has great kung fu, and has won the hearts of the people. He is a great threat to the Mongols. Zhao Min was silent for a moment, then asked, State Preceptor, how is Guojing's kung fu compared to yours? Chapter 308. Guojing is the Chancellor of the Wulin world of the South. In the past few years, he has perfected the 9-yin manual. He has mastered the unparalleled 18 dragon subduing palms to the point of combining strength and gentleness. In addition to the legendary left and right mutual combat technique, I'm afraid he can be considered the #1 person in Wulin. Jinlun Fawang purposely paused for a moment before continuing. Before the Grand Assembly of Heroes, I've exchanged blows with him. He really does live up to his reputation. Jinlun Fawang, the princess is asking how your martial arts compare to Guojing's. You've been rambling for so long, can you beat him or not? Before Huajing and Zhao Min could reply, a monk next to them spoke with a tone of mockery. Jinlun Fawang raised his head and saw that it was one of the experts of the Ruyang Palace, Lu Zhangke. Anger flashed across his face. On one hand, he was worried that these two people were skilled, but on the other hand, he had to give the Prince of Ruyang some face, so he snorted. Mr. Lu, don't be impatient, the Imperial Advisor is about to continue. Zhao Min was actually a bit impatient as well, but Jinlun Fawang was favored by Kublai, so she couldn't just let the two of them start a war of words. With a way out, Jinlun Fawang's expression softened and he continued, I'm not talented, I could only fight Guojing to a draw last time. However, I've been practicing the dragon-elephant prajna art of the Tibetan Buddhism sect. In a few years, I'm confident that I can beat Guojing. Jinlun Fawang's tone was very arrogant. He knew that he was weaker than Guojing at the Battle of De Sanguan, but he had made some progress in practicing the dragon-elephant prajna art, so he wasn't lying. I only needed the Imperial Advisor to stall Guojing for a while. Zhao Min had a look of joy on her face. She shook Huajing's arm and said, It's not hard to take Guojing's life. As long as Aunt agrees, I'll get rid of him. A look of confusion flashed across Huajing's eyes, but she quickly shook her head and refused. No, I won't allow you to do that. Zhao Min had a knowing expression on her face and sighed, Aunt, all these years, because of Guojing, The Mongolian army hasn't been able to pass through Xiangyang. Our Mongolian Empire has many talented people. If we want to deal with Guojing, we actually have countless ways to deal with him. But my cousin and the others think of Auntie, so they always let him go. He doesn't know anything about it. Auntie, do you think it's worth it? It's not worth it. Hua Jing smiled faintly. Back then, in order to save the sect master of the Ming dynasty, didn't you also give up your identity as a princess? Auntie, I don't want to talk about him. Zhao Min's eyelashes fluttered as she said expressionlessly. I really don't know what happened between you two. Huajing sighed and comforted her. In fact, it's not a bad thing to break up like this. After all, he's a traitor who went against the Great Khan. It's not good for anyone to be together. Auntie doesn't want you to repeat my mistake. Zhao Min forced a smile and did not reply. The two women each had their own thoughts and soon fell into silence. The many experts who were guarding them looked at each other, and no one dared to speak at that moment. Looking at Zhao Min's beautiful back, Song Qinshu smiled playfully. What happened between her and Zhang Wuji that caused them to turn against each other? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but he quickly rejected them. He didn't have enough information, so it was really difficult to analyze. Song Qinshu quickly put this problem aside and changed his mind to consider whether he could kidnap this princess, who was as beautiful as a fairy and as witty as a fox, if he made a move now. The godly archer 8 heroes were easy to deal with. Although their archery skills were superb, this was not an open plain and the distance between them was too close. Coupled with the complex environment of the inn, their archery skills were nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Min's servants, Ada, Ah-Er and Ah-San, were all top-notch experts. However, Ada and Fang Dongbai's arm had been cut off by Zhang Wuji and Ah-Er and Ah-San had broken bones all over their bodies. Even if they recovered, their martial arts skills would probably be greatly reduced and could be ignored for the time being. The Xianming elder's Xianming Holy Palm was extremely insidious and had once left Zhang Sanfeng at his wits' end. When the two of them joined forces, even Zhang Wuji, who had achieved great success in martial arts, would find it difficult to take advantage of them. Not to mention there was also Jinluan Fuang, who was on par with Guojing. Song Qinshu could not help but click his tongue. If they really joined forces, he was afraid that he would only be able to escape. But then he quickly realized that there was no practical benefit in kidnapping Zhao Min at this time. Song Qinshu finally felt a little better. This was a strenuous and unrewarding business, so it was better not to get involved. Ding ling ling, ding ling ling. As Song Qinshu was deep in thought, a melodious sound of copper bells came from the door. Soon, a beautiful woman wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe walked in. She very naturally held a horsetail whisk in her hand. Her beautiful eyes swept around the inn. When she saw Zhao Min and her group, she could not help but frown slightly. But she had roamed Jianghu for many years and really did not want to show her fear in front of others. She thought that even if she could not defeat them with her lightness skills, she should have no problem protecting herself. She floated to a quiet place and sat down. She called for the waiter and ordered a few vegetarian dishes. Although this Taoist nun was dressed in plain clothes, her rosy cheeks could not hide the romantic charm between her brows. Song Qinshu smiled and picked up his wine cup and took a sip. What a good day it was today! It was rare for so many legendary people to gather together. The Xianming elders He Biweng loved wine and Lu Zhanke was lustful. It was no secret. Lu Zhanke saw that the loose Taoist robe still could not hide the woman's graceful figure. He rubbed his chin and laughed. What a beautiful and romantic woman! It is a pity that she is a Taoist nun. Zhao Min and Huajing were sitting alone at a table. Now that they were both immersed in the thoughts of women and they had some private things to say to each other, the attendants wisely spread out and found other tables to sit at. They secretly guarded the 2 golden branches and jade leaves in the middle. Apart from the divine Arrow 8 heroes, who were guarding the vital points. The rest of the people settled down. Jinluan Fuang sat at a table, the Xianming elders sat at a table, Ada, Aer and San sat at a table. The rest of the bodyguards sat in groups of 2s and 3s. When Lu Zhanke saw the beautiful Taoist nun, he could not restrain himself from flirting with her. But he was afraid of Huazheng and Zhao Min, so he did not dare to be too brazen. When she heard his flirting, the beautiful Taoist nun's willowy eyebrows rose and her face turned frosty. She waved her sleeve and several silver needles shot toward Lu Zhanke's face. The silver needles were fast and urgent. It was too late for the others to save him. Lu Zhanke did not expect that his joke would immediately bring about a fatal disaster. Luckily his martial arts instincts allowed him to take out his weapon in time. He held the deer head staff in front of him and blocked the silver needles. The Xianming elders were experts in using poison. They saw the cold glint of the silver needles on the deer head staff. They could tell at a glance that there was a strong poison on the needles. Their faces changed. Soul-freezing silver needles, you are the scarlet serpent deity Limacho? Seeing the soul-freezing silver needles, blocked by the opponent, Limacho was secretly alarmed. She heard the two exclamations and couldn't help but snort, "That's me." Limacho wronged Jianghu. Because of her ruthlessness, a lot of people who mentioned her name would feel as if they were mourning the death of their parent. The nickname, Scarlet Serpent Deity, spread like wildfire. Although it was a nice name, Limacho did not like it. Haha, people are afraid of your Scarlet Serpent Deity title, but I don't care about it. Lu Zhanke was careless and almost failed miserably. He felt a bit embarrassed and raised his palm to attack Limacho. Jinluan Fuang had a faint smile on his face. He calmly drank his tea and looked like he was watching a show. Although he Biweng had always fought together with his apprentice brother, the two of them had been famous for a long time. He couldn't bring himself to fight a little girl together. He also knew that Lu Zhanke's martial arts were more than enough to deal with Limacho. So he stood where he was and secretly helped his apprentice brother. Before Lu Zhanke could get close, Limacho felt the cold air in his palm. She didn't dare to be careless. She used her lightness kung fu to quickly retreat and raised her palm to meet the attack. 5 poisons divine palm. Lu Zhanke looked at his red and swollen right hand. His face was a bit unsightly. He quickly sealed a few pressure points on his hand and used his internal energy to force the poisonous blood out of his palm. Xianming divine palm. You are the Xianming elders. Limacho's pink face turned a bit pale. Fortunately, her opponent was careless. She used the poison of the 5 poisons divine palm to resist the power of the opponent's Xianming palm. Even so, she felt a cold air invading her body. She had to force herself not to let her teeth chatter. You little girl, wait and see what I'll do to you after I take you down. Seeing Limacho's chest rise and fall rapidly, a fierce look flashed through Lu Zhanke's eyes. Zhao Min and Huazheng also noticed what was going on. When they heard Lu Zhanke's lewd and suggestive words, Huazheng couldn't help but frown. She was about to speak when Zhao Min raised her hand to stop her. She explained in a low voice, "Gu Gu, this Taoist nun is a great demon in Jianghu. Many people have died by her hands. It's good to let Master Lu teach her a lesson." Zhao Min knew the way of ruling. Those who loved money used money to lure them, those who loved power used power to lure them, and those who loved women used beautiful women. Zhao Min didn't want to embarrass her trusted expert for a woman who had nothing to do with her. Besides, this woman wasn't a good person to begin with. Hearing Lu Zhanke's words, Limacho couldn't help but be furious. She had always kept her body pure. Even her former lover Lu Zhanyuan couldn't say anything frivolous. How could she tolerate such obscene words? She raised her hand and shot out a few more soul-freezing silver needles. She took the opportunity to follow with her fly whisk. What a beautiful qin gong! Jinluan Fuang put down his teacup and praised sincerely. Limacho knew that her kung fu wasn't as good as her opponent's, so she changed to a tricky and ever-changing fighting style. The ancient tomb sex Qinggong was one of the best in the world. Limacho deliberately made it so that her body was as light as a swallow. She didn't fight Lu Zhanke head-on. The two of them would often separate as soon as they came into contact. Limacho was always looking for a flaw in her opponent's defense to give him a fatal blow. The Xianming elders' Qinggong had always been weak. That was why Lu Zhanke, whose kung fu was far better than Limacho's, could only fight her to a draw. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. If Lu Zhanke was hit, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. "Apprentice brother, let me help you." He Biweng saw that Lu Zhanke was in such a disadvantageous situation because of his impatience. Although he felt that Lu Zhanke could gradually turn the situation around, he was worried that his apprentice brother would be attacked by the soul-freezing silver needles. He impatiently joined the fight. The Xianming elders were experts in joint attacks. When the two of them joined hands, their power was more than doubled. Even Zhang Wuji had to be wary of them, not to mention Limacho, whose kung fu was far inferior. Seeing that Limacho's circle of activity was getting smaller and smaller, Song Qingshu knew that it wouldn't be long before she had nowhere to go. He was hesitating whether or not to help her when suddenly a deep and resounding Buddhist chant came from the door. Amitabha Buddha. Chapter 309. The internal energy of this Buddhist chant was incomparably vigorous. It was an ordinary sound, but it was not inferior to the Buddhist lion's roar. Everyone in the inn felt their hearts tremble. Even Jinluan Fuang, who was a highly skilled fighter, focused his attention and looked warily at the entrance of the inn. The Xianming elders also stopped their attacks and turned around with a frown. Though Limacho was able to escape, her face became even paler than before. Soon, a monk dressed in a yellow kasaya walked in with a Buddhist staff in his hand. This person was clearly middle-aged, but his face was like jade, and he had a dignified appearance. His pair of almond-shaped eyes exuded a dignified aura, and his bearing made everyone in the inn admire him. "What instruction does the Reverend have for us?" Though Lu Zhanke was a bit wary of this monk, he felt that if he joined hands with his martial brother, there would be very few people in the world who could contend with them. In addition, he had been interrupted by the monk, so his tone was a bit impolite. A hint of anger flashed through the monk's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He pressed his eyes against the ground and said, "I don't dare to give you instruction, but I have been searching for this female benefactor whom you two have besieged for many days. I hope the two of you will allow me to subdue this demoness. Martial brother, I have long heard that the Buddhists of the Central Plains are filthy. Now that I have seen you, you really do live up to your reputation." He Biweng chuckled and winked at the monk. "Reverend, could it be that you have been tempted by this Taoist nun's beauty? A monk with a Taoist nun, a nun with a Taoist priest. Wonderful, wonderful, ha ha ha." Lu Zhanke also laughed along. The monk's face turned green and he shouted in a deep voice, "Hey! Where did these two arrogant people come from?" The Xianming elders didn't get angry. They giggled and said, "Big monk, there's always a first come, first served rule for everything. We saw this beautiful Taoist nun first, so we brothers are magnanimous. It's not that we can't give you a share later, but it's your fault for cutting the queue." Limacho's face was filled with anger. If a normal man dared to speak to her like this, she would have made him beg for death. However, regardless of whether it was the Xianming elders or the monk, their martial arts were far above hers. She could only wait and see. Your mouth is full of filthy words. As the saying goes, even when the Buddha is angry, he will roar like a lion. I am not talented, and I really can't control the anger in my heart. The monk's eyebrows were raised, and he muttered to himself. The people in the inn could only vaguely hear some parts of it. They saw him suddenly raise his hand, and a hot stream of genuine qi shot out from his sleeve. The Xianming elders practiced the martial art of extreme yin and extreme cold, so they were extremely afraid of this kind of extreme yang energy. They did not dare to take the attack head-on, and hastily dodged to the sides, leaving behind a circle of scorched black marks where they had been standing. Formless finger of disaster? Song Qingshu was surprised to see the monk attack. The formless finger of disaster was a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple. Apart from Master Xian Bei of the Shaolin Temple, there was only Jiumaji of the Tubo Kingdom who was proficient in it. But Master Xian Bei was killed by Jiumaji in the Shin Jie Temple of Dali. So who was this monk in front of him? Formless finger of disaster. The Xianming elders had been in Jianghu for many years, so they naturally knew the unique skills of the Wulin world. When they saw the monk use the unique skill of the Shaolin Temple, they could not help but be secretly shocked. Their tone also became respectful, far less presumptuous than before. "May I ask for Master's Dharma name, and which eminent monk of the Shaolin Temple are you?" The monk snorted. The movement technique that the Xianming elders used to dodge just now showed that they were peerless masters. Now that they were respectful, he was quite pleased. "My Dharma name is Xianqing. So it is the Xian generation eminent monk. The Shaolin Temple's abbot Xian Ci was of the same generation as the abbot, so his martial arts must not be weak." The Xianming elders became even more respectful. "Xianqing?" On the contrary, Jinluan Fuwang was shocked. He got up and asked, "May I ask if Master is the Shaolin Temple's #1 martial artist in the last 200 years, the 13 ultimate divine monks?" After being reminded by Jinluan Fuwang, the Xianming elders suddenly remembered a legend in the Wulin world. The 72 ultimate skills of the Shaolin Temple are broad and profound. For an ordinary person to be proficient in one in their lifetime is already considered good. Talented people can often practice several ultimate skills at the same time. It is impossible to be proficient in all 72 ultimate skills at the same time. A few decades ago, the Xian generation of the Shaolin Temple produced a martial arts genius. He actually learned the 13 ultimate skills. It can be said that no one has ever done this before or since. He was known as the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years, and people called him the 13 ultimate divine monk. But there were rumors that he was possessed by the devil, and his martial arts had long been wasted. Could the person in front of them be him? The monk looked at Jinluan Fuwang, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, "I didn't think that there would still be people in the Wulin world who remember this poor monk." Seeing that he admitted it, the people in the inn all had different expressions. The divine Arrow 8 heroes and the other guards all held their weapons and were on guard. The Xianming elders looked at each other and saw the others' fear. In recent years, Jinluan Fuwang felt that his martial arts were the best in the world. He had an eager expression on his face, but he was worried that Xianqing's reputation as the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years was too great, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years? Song Qingshu sneered in his heart. "I don't believe that he's stronger than the sweeping monk." In the original work, the sweeping monk killed Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo in seconds, defeated Jiumaji in one move, and easily dealt with Xiao Feng and Murong Fu. It was really a bug in a bug. Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe that this great master Xianqing would be stronger than the sweeping monk. "Bald monk Xianqing, you've chased me for thousands of miles. Why?" Li Macho said with hatred, unlike the silence of the rest of the people. "Which, you bring disaster to Jianghu and kill the innocent. This poor monk is only doing this for the sake of the people. Originally, according to this poor monk's temperament, but the abbot was merciful and ordered me to bring you back to the Shaolin Temple to reflect on your mistakes for the rest of your life. Only then did I let you escape several times. But this time, let's see where you can escape to." Great Master Xianqing heavily hit the ground with his staff, and the nearby floor cracked inch by inch. In this period of time, Xiancheng had been chasing after Li Macho. But because of Xian Xi's decree, he couldn't kill her many times. As a result, Li Macho took the opportunity to escape using her exquisite lightness kung fu. But Xiancheng's internal energy was deep, and he could always keep up with her. Although Li Macho had temporarily escaped, it was impossible for her to get rid of him. Jianghu is full of heartless people. If I, Li Macho, want to kill, I will kill. Smelly bald monk, what can you do to me? Li Macho's face showed no fear, which made everyone in the inn admire her. Great Master Xiancheng, since you have an old grudge, we brothers will not get involved. Great Master, please do as you please. The Xianming elders laughed a few times, and quickly gave way to their teammate. Xiancheng's eyes narrowed. The two old men in front of him had shifty eyes, and with one look, he could tell that they were not good people. But looking at their bodies and breathing techniques, they should not be weak. Moreover, the tall and thin foreign monk beside them was unfathomable, and Xiancheng did not want to cause trouble. Evil creature! You killed dozens of Lu Zhenyuan's family, and when you roamed Jianghu, you indiscriminately killed innocent people. Today, this poor monk will do justice on behalf of heaven. Xiancheng looked at Li Macho and angrily rebuked, waving his staff towards Li Macho. Song Qinshu, who was far away, could feel the Xiantian Gang Qi on the staff. He was shocked. This monk claimed to be the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years, and it was not all bragging. In the entire Shaolin Temple, there was probably no one who could use the demon-vanquishing staff technique with such power. Xiancheng's attack was so powerful that Li Macho did not dare to take it head-on. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and dodged to the side. The table and chairs where she was just standing were quickly smashed by the staff. Xiancheng had fought with Li Macho many times, so he had expected her to use this move. The heavy staff seemed to have a mind of its own, and with the help of the rebounding force from the ground, it lightly flicked and chased after Li Macho. Li Macho saw that she could not avoid it, so she waved her horsetail whisk and wrapped it around the staff. Using the momentum, she flipped and landed several feet away. Her flexible and slender waist made all the men in the scene drool. Tsk, it must be very pleasurable. Lu Zhanka licked his lips and felt his body heat up, but he only dared to think about it in his heart. If he angered this monk, it would be another unnecessary trouble. Li Macho naturally did not know the dirty thoughts in Lu Zhanka's mind. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at her trembling right hand. Although she had used the force to escape Xiancheng's attack, Xiancheng was not careless. He shook his staff and an invisible Gang Qi spread out, breaking the horsetail whisk into pieces. Although Li Macho had let go of her hand early, the web between her thumb and forefinger was still sore and numb. She would not be able to fight for a while. Li Macho did not dare to continue fighting. Taking advantage of the distance between her and Xiancheng, she unhesitatingly used the ancient tomb sect's top lightness kung fu, twisting blue sky, and flew out the window. Xiancheng's martial arts were far superior to Li Macho's, and he had been thinking about how she had escaped from him several times. He had already thought of a way to deal with her. When he saw Li Macho flying away, he used all his strength and threw his staff. With the shrill sound of the wind, the staff arrived first. If Li Macho continued to escape, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being struck by the staff and dying. Li Macho knew this, but she had roamed Jianghu for many years. Not only did she rely on her martial arts and poison needles, she also relied on her top-notch combat instincts. She knew that if she dodged, she would not be able to escape from Xiancheng's hands. If she had to spend the rest of her life in a temple, facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes, she might as well end all her troubles. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Macho decided to take the blow from the staff and take the opportunity to escape. She did not dodge. Instead, she focused her Jinqi on her back and waited for the incoming thunderous blow. Lu Zhanka sucked in a breath of cold air. With his eyesight, He could see that there was a huge difference between Li Macho and Xian Cheng's power. Li Macho would not be able to survive this attack. He couldn't help but feel pity for such a beautiful Taoist nun. Of course, even if he wanted to save her now, it was too late. Zhao Min's expression was solemn, and Hua Jing also had a look of pity on her face as they watched the tragedy unfold. Whoosh! Just as the staff was about to hit Li Macho's back, a chopstick came flying out of nowhere and collided with the staff. The chopstick immediately shattered, but the staff was affected and also deviated from its target. It spun and flew towards the window. Li Macho saw the staff that was supposed to be behind her fly towards her, and her face paled. She kicked the ground with the tip of her foot and stopped her body. With an elegant somersault, she landed next to Song Qingshu's table. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. She saw a handsome man pouring himself a cup of wine, and one of the chopsticks on the side of his bowl was missing. She knew what had happened and cupped her hands in thanks. "Thank you for saving me." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.